Segment 1. The curtain between thought and reality. Close your eyes just for a moment. You're not looking at a screen anymore. You're not checking the time. You're not even really here in the way you usually think of here. There's something else. A soft, wordless presence behind your forehead. A gentle awareness that's watching, waiting, just being. That's you. Or at least the version of you that you most often identify with. The one who experiences, who reflects, who listens to the voice in your head and says, yes, that's me thinking. But have you ever paused to ask who or what is doing the watching? Who is this you that seems to float behind your thoughts like a shadow always present but never quite catchable? This question, deceptively simple, endlessly profound, is the doorway to one of the greatest mysteries in all of science and philosophy, the nature of consciousness. What is consciousness? Is it a thing? A process? A side effect? Can it be measured? We can measure brain waves, we can scan neurons, we can simulate behavior, recognize speech, and even generate language. But we still don't know how or why a lump of gray tissue inside your skull produces the feeling of being you. And more mysteriously, we don't know why it produces the feeling of anything at all. Picture this. You're sitting in a room. The light is low. Rain taps softly against the window. Somewhere off screen, a kettle whistles faintly. You are aware of the sound. You feel the softness of the blanket on your legs. You smell something vaguely herbal in the air. These are not just facts. They are experiences. You are not just processing data like a computer. You are feeling the moment. And that feeling, that subjective, first-person, impossible to quantify experience, is what we call qualia. It's what makes red feel red instead of just being a wavelength of light. It's what makes pain feel like suffering instead of just a signal to pull your hand away. It's the warmth of a memory, the ache of loss, the sparkle of a joke, the silent awe of watching stars through a skylight at 2 a.m. These things are not inputs and outputs. They are private universes inside each of us. And here's the kicker. No one else can access them. No one can crawl inside your head and see red the way you do. No one can taste chocolate through your tongue. No one can dream your dreams. There is a line, an invisible curtain, between what happens in the world and what happens inside you. A divide that has no weight, no texture, no physical location, and yet it separates everything. That curtain is consciousness. Now you might be thinking, okay, but isn't the brain just a machine? Don't neurons fire signals, bounce, and voila, awareness? Well, that's one view. It's the standard scientific model. According to it, consciousness is an emergent property, a kind of side effect of complex computation happening inside your brain, like steam rising from boiling water. But even if that's true, it doesn't explain why there is an experience at all. The famous philosopher David Chalmers called this the hard problem of consciousness. Here's the essence of it. You can explain the easy problems like how we detect light, recognize faces, process sound. You can even model those things in a robot. But none of that explains why those processes should be accompanied by an inner life. Why does the brain or anything need to feel like something? Why isn't it just mechanical, silent dark? Why when light hits your eyes does it become a private movie? Why when you stub your toe does it feel like ouch instead of just a signal? These are not minor details. These are the essence of experience. And no scientific theory today can explain them. Let's use a metaphor. Imagine you're watching a movie. It's gripping, it's emotional, the characters feel real, the music swells, you laugh, you cry, you're completely absorbed. Now suppose you walk backstage. You see the film reels, the editing software, the soundboard, the camera lenses. You understand how the movie was made. But nothing you see backstage explains why it made you feel something. You can trace every frame, every sound wave, but the experience of watching it, the story, the meaning is something else entirely. That's what studying the brain is like. We can see the neurons firing. We can map the circuits. But we still don't understand how these mechanical processes turn into the movie of consciousness. And some researchers suspect we never will. This leads us to a deeper and more unsettling idea. What if everything you call reality is just a story your brain is telling itself? Consider this: your brain is sealed inside a skull. It never sees the outside world, ever. What it knows comes only from electrical signals, pulses of energy triggered by sensors in your eyes, ears, nose, skin, and tongue. It builds a model, a simulation of what it thinks is out there. You don't see the world as it is. You see the version your brain creates for you. In fact, many neuroscientists now believe that your experience of the world is essentially a hallucination, just a very stable one. You are dreaming with rules. This concept is called predictive processing, the idea that your brain is constantly guessing what's about to happen and then checking its predictions against incoming sensory data. When it guesses correctly, you feel reality flowing smoothly. When it guesses wrong, say in a magic trick or an optical illusion, you feel a glitch. But either way, you're not seeing the real world. You're seeing your brain's best guess. So here's the paradox. Everything you experience, every sight, sound, thought, feeling, happens within your consciousness. You have never experienced anything outside of it. You cannot prove that an external world exists. You can only trust the experience that it does. But that experience itself is consciousness, a loop, a mirror, a bubble you've never truly stepped outside of. Even the idea of outside is something constructed inside your mind. And yet somehow we share this illusion. We build societies, families, memories. We fall in love. We write songs. We seek meaning. And deep down, we all carry the same quiet question. What is the thing inside me that knows it is me? Take a moment to breathe. Inhale slowly and exhale gently. Let your body settle. You don't need to solve the mystery tonight. Just feel it. Sit with it. Let it surround you like the night air. There is something ancient and beautiful about not knowing, about sitting at the edge of the mind and peering into the unknown, about wondering softly what kind of creature you are. You are more than a body. You are more than a brain. You are the knower of both. And as we drift deeper into the night, the questions only grow stranger. Because if consciousness is real, what happens when it gets trapped? What if someone is fully awake, fully aware, screaming in silence but unable to move a finger? In our next segment, we'll explore the terrifying, mysterious phenomenon of locked-in syndrome, where the mind is wide awake and the body is a prison. Take another breath, and when you're ready, we'll slip quietly through the curtain. Segment 2. Locked in but awake. The ghost within the body. Imagine just for a moment that you are in a hospital room. There are fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. You can hear voices distant, muffled like underwater echoes. You try to move. Nothing happens. You try to scream. Silence. You try to blink and realize you can't even do that. But here's the part that no one sees. You are fully awake. You are not in a coma. You are not dreaming. You are not unconscious. You are you exactly as you were before, thinking, remembering, observing, trapped inside a body that no longer responds. This is not science fiction. This is locked-in syndrome, a rare neurological condition where a person loses all voluntary muscle control, except for perhaps the blink of an eye, and yet their consciousness remains untouched. Imagine being mistaken for brain dead while your mind screams silently from within. This segment, soft though it may begin, ventures into one of the eeriest and most disturbing mysteries of consciousness, the question of awareness without expression. The soul locked away with no key. Let's step back and look at what this condition really is. Locked-in syndrome, or LIS, most commonly occurs after a stroke in the brainstem, particularly the pons, which relays signals between the brain and the spinal cord. When damaged, this highway of communication collapses. The body becomes paralyzed, often entirely. The person cannot move, speak, or gesture. But unlike vegetative states or comas, the brain's higher functions, thought, memory, emotion, remain intact. The person is completely aware, hearing and understanding everything, but unable to show it. They are imprisoned within their own skin. The most famous early case came in the 1990s when Jean-Dominique Bauby, a French journalist and editor-in-chief of Elle magazine, suffered a massive stroke at the age of 43. When he woke up, he was entirely paralyzed. He could not speak. He could not move any limb. The only part of his body that worked was his left eyelid, and so, blinking one letter at a time, he wrote a memoir, The Diving Bell and the Butterfly. A poetic, lucid, heart-wrenching meditation on being trapped in a body like a tomb while his mind remained vivid and alert. 1 blink for yes, 2 for no. It took 200,000 blinks to write the book. But what's most chilling is this many people with LIS are not immediately diagnosed. Some are mistakenly labeled vegetative. Others are sedated. Some lie motionless for weeks, months, even years, screaming in silence. Let's pause and let that sink in. What does locked-in syndrome tell us about consciousness? For one, it demolishes any simplistic link between behavior and awareness. Just because a person cannot move does not mean they are not there. Just because they don't respond does not mean they are not listening. Imagine the implications for medicine, for ethics, for law. Now imagine it in reverse, how many people have appeared to be conscious, eyes open, talking, walking, but were dissociated, disconnected, inwardly absent. It's a sobering thought. Locked-in syndrome also forces us to confront how fragile the connection is between mind and body. We like to think of us as a seamless whole body and soul, brain and identity, self and action. But LIS pulls them apart like a cruel magic trick. The self remains, while the body vanishes from function. You are a ghost in a fleshy shell, no longer in control. From a philosophical perspective, this condition sharpens one of the oldest debates: is consciousness dependent on interaction, or can it exist purely in solitude? Are you you if no one can see you, hear you, or validate your presence? Is a thought still real if it can never be shared? These are not abstract questions for someone with LIS. They are urgent, daily, often unbearable. And yet, many LIS survivors report a strong sense of self. They describe vivid dreams, Rich mental lives, emotions, hope, even joy. Their bodies are mute, but their minds are not still. Now consider this twist. In recent decades, scientists have developed brain-computer interfaces, BCIs, that allow people with LIS to communicate through thought alone, using EEG readings, neural implants, or eye-tracking software. In 2010, scientists in Germany worked with a man who had been locked in for years. By interpreting subtle changes in brain signals, they created a system that allowed him to answer questions just by thinking. The first question they asked, "Are you happy?" He answered, "Yes." Let that echo for a moment. A person trapped in silence for over a decade still found some kind of light within themselves, still felt a sense of presence, of meaning, still considered life in its altered, diminished, haunted state worth living. If that's not a testament to the resilience of consciousness, I don't know what is. So what does this tell us about the mystery of consciousness? It reveals that consciousness is not reducible to movement. It is not an output, not a display, not a set of behaviors. It is something deeper, something persistent, something that can survive in silence, something that can exist even when the world no longer recognizes it. It also reminds us that the line between here and gone is blurry, that being present is not the same as being visible, that a person lying motionless in a hospital bed may in fact be more aware than we are. And in a way that's terrifying, but also humbling. It reminds us that consciousness is not bound by expression. It may be invisible, but it's not absent. It may be silent, but it's not asleep. It's there, watching, enduring, endlessly aware. So now, as your breath softens and the edges of your awareness begin to blur, remember this. The next time you close your eyes and feel your body relax, your limbs grow still, your voice fall silent, you are not disappearing. You are retreating inward to the private chamber that no one else can enter. Your consciousness, like theirs, endures quietly in the dark. But what happens when the boundary of your body isn't the limit anymore? In the next segment, we'll explore one of the most haunting questions of our age. What if reality itself is a simulation, and your consciousness is just a program running in someone else's machine? Get comfortable. We're about to step into the digital veil and peer behind it. Segment 3. The simulation hypothesis. Now, let your thoughts drift a little further. Feel the weight of the blanket on your body. Hear the faint hum of whatever device you're listening on. Notice how your awareness is still here, calm, still observing. Now ask yourself something unsettling. What if none of this is real, not the room, not your body, not even the sound of this voice? What if you're not lying in bed, but floating in a tank or existing as code running on a massive server in some hyper-advanced future civilization? What if your entire reality is a simulation perfect in design, indistinguishable from the real thing, but still fake? This is not just a late-night dorm room idea anymore. It's called the simulation hypothesis, and it's one of the most widely discussed theories in both modern philosophy and speculative science. And it all began with a deceptively simple question. If it becomes possible to simulate a conscious world, how do we know we're not already inside one? Let's rewind to 2003. Philosopher Nick Bostrom at the University of Oxford publishes a paper titled, "Are You Living in a Computer Simulation Inside It?" He presents a now famous argument, not a theory per se, but a logical trilemma. It goes like this. Either civilizations never reach a level of technological maturity where they can run high-fidelity simulations of consciousness, or they do reach that level but choose not to run such simulations, or they do run them and run so many that simulated minds vastly outnumber real ones. If the third case is true, then statistically speaking, you are more likely to be one of the simulated ones. Pause with that for a moment. It means that if even one civilization creates a virtual world with sentient beings and runs trillions of such simulations, then almost every conscious mind in existence would be simulated. Just like yours. You may be wondering, how could a simulation possibly generate consciousness? Wouldn't it just be math? Well, here's the thing. Your real brain, the one you believe is in your head, is also just chemistry and electricity. Synapses, neurotransmitters, information transfer. If consciousness can emerge from those patterns in organic matter, then why not in silicon? Why not in digital ones and zeros? Think of a video game, a really advanced one. Characters move, talk, even react to you. They follow rules, express personalities. Now imagine a world where those characters are powered not just by lines of code, but by neural networks, learning, evolving, remembering. And imagine if someday they ask where they came from. If their world has rules, physics, time, temperature, they might assume it's real. But it would only be real inside the game. Now zoom out. What if we're in a similar situation, our physics, our time, our constants, all finely tuned, all running with suspiciously elegant logic, maybe because they're part of a rendered environment, a sandbox, a model. And we, like those characters, simply assume it's all there is. Let's step away from philosophy for a moment and consider some scientific curiosities. In recent years, physicists have discovered strange limitations to the universe, digital-like constraints that seem almost programmed. Space and time appear to be quantized, broken into discrete units like pixels. The speed of light acts like a universal frame rate. Quantum particles behave differently when observed like code that only renders when you look at it. And the math behind our physical laws, from relativity to quantum mechanics, is eerily clean, elegant, almost too perfect. As theoretical physicist James Gates once said, when exploring string theory, he found error-correcting computer code buried deep within the equations that describe fundamental particles. Not metaphorically. Actual code. Like the kind you'd find in your browser. Now, does that mean we're definitely in a simulation? Of course not. But it's suggestive and unsettling. Here's where the existential questions creep in. If we're in a simulation, who built it? A future human civilization, an alien race, an artificial superintelligence testing consciousness models. And why is this a game, a lab, a punishment, a form of art? More disturbingly, what happens if they turn it off? Does everything your memories, the stars, just vanish, or worse? What if it's never turned off but watched? What if the creators are observing, judging, analyzing every choice you make? It starts to sound a little theological, doesn't it? In fact, some thinkers have suggested that the simulation hypothesis is a modern reimagining of ancient religious concepts, with the creator replaced by a programmer and heaven exchanged for a server farm. Even Elon Musk famously said, "The odds that we're in base reality are 1 in billions." And yet, whether you believe him or not, here's the strangest twist: it doesn't matter. Because your experiences feel real. Your pain feels real. your love, your memories, your doubts, your dreams. Whether they're rendered in carbon atoms or computer code, they're happening to you right now. Let's go even deeper. Suppose we are in a simulation. What should we do with that knowledge? Do we despair? Decide that nothing matters? Or do we flip it and decide that everything matters even more precisely because it's being watched, designed, curated? Some people feel comfort in the idea. If the world is designed, maybe it has a purpose. Maybe you are here for a reason. Others find it horrifying, the idea that free will might be an illusion, that every thought is just code unfolding. But here's another idea. Maybe the simulation isn't about control, but about emergence. Maybe we're not pre-programmed. Maybe we're meant to evolve, to grow, to surprise our creators, to ask the kind of questions we're asking now. Maybe wondering is the purpose. Now bring your awareness back to your body. Notice your breath. Inhale. Exhale. You're here. You're conscious. You're experiencing this moment. You are right now participating in something incredible, whether it's a dream, a biological machine, or a coded illusion. You are aware that you are aware. That's something no simulation has ever definitively achieved. And maybe, just maybe, that's the most real thing of all. So whether you believe we live in base reality or something layered beneath it, you still get to choose your next thought, your next breath, your next question. And that choice is beautiful. But what if this entire world, simulation or not, is populated by illusions? What if you're the only conscious being? In the next segment, we'll explore one of the most chilling and lonely philosophical ideas of all time, solipsism, the belief that nothing exists but you. Take another breath, let the thought settle, and we'll drift gently into the next mystery together. Segment 4. Solipsism, you might be the only conscious being. Take a deep breath. Now look around, or if your eyes are closed, just picture the world around you. The bed you're lying in, the ceiling above you, the phone or speaker playing this voice. Now think about the people in your life, your parents, your friends, your favorite barista, the stranger who passed you on the street this morning, your childhood teacher, your pet. Now imagine this not as a horror story, but as a soft, floating possibility. None of them are real. Not real in the way you are. Not conscious. Not experiencing. Not feeling. Imagine that you are the only truly conscious being in the universe. Everyone else is just a projection, a beautifully detailed character, a well-written script, a convincing dream. Welcome to the strange and unsettling world of solipsism, the philosophical idea that only your own mind is certain to exist. Everything else, the world, the stars, your memories, even this voice might just be an illusion, a theater of shadows created for your eyes alone. Solipsism is not a theory most people believe, but it's one that very few people can fully disprove. And that's what makes it so fascinating, so quietly disturbing, so perfect for late-night pondering. It challenges one of the most basic assumptions we make every day, that other people have minds, that they think, that they feel joy, that they suffer, that they have rich inner worlds like you do. But can you really know that you can see their behavior, hear their words, watch them laugh or cry? But can you access their experience? No. You never have. And according to solipsism, you never will. You only ever observe surfaces, faces, movements, voices. What lies behind them remains a guess, an assumption, a hope. And that assumption that other people have consciousness like you do might be exactly that an illusion you've chosen to believe, because the alternative is too isolating to bear. The term solipsism comes from the Latin solus alone and ipsi self. It literally means I alone. It's not so much a belief system as it is a philosophical position, a place you arrive at when you realize how limited your access to the world truly is. Here's the idea in simple terms. The only thing you ever directly experience is your own mind. You hear thoughts. You feel emotions. You have sensations. Everything else, the outside world, comes through your senses, through your eyes, ears, touch, smell, and taste. But you don't experience the world directly. You experience signals, a constructed image your brain generates based on inputs, which means all your knowledge of the external world is mediated, filtered, interpreted, assumed. So how do you know it's real? How do you know it's not a dream or a simulation or just a figment of your private consciousness? Solipsism doesn't claim that the external world is fake. It simply states that you have no way of proving that anything outside your mind exists. And if you can't prove it, can you be sure? Let's play with a few examples. Suppose you're in a conversation with a friend. They seem engaged. They laugh. They nod. They offer opinions. But how do you know they're experiencing anything you can't? You're watching their behavior, a kind of performance. But their inner world, if it exists at all, is locked behind a wall you cannot breach. It's like looking at a puppet and guessing whether there's a soul inside. Now consider dreams. In dreams, people seem real. They talk, smile, get angry, argue. Some are friends, some are strangers. You interact with them. But when you wake up, you realize none of them were real. They were you all along, fragments of your own mind, wearing different faces. So here's the question. How do you know you've woken up now? What if this too is a dream, just a more persistent one? What if everyone you meet is a projection, like a character in a dream you forgot you were dreaming? Solipsism, when first encountered, often produces a deep, quiet discomfort. It's not a dramatic kind of fear. It's not panic. It's a subtle loneliness, a stillness, a haunting. The idea that you might be the only one looking out from behind a pair of eyes. It can feel isolating, sad, even horrifying. And here's where things get interesting, it can also be liberating. Because solipsism forces you to examine why you believe what you believe. Why do you trust that others have minds? Why do you believe in the external world? Why do you assume continuity, cause and effect, object permanence? Not because you've proven them, but because they make your life work. Solipsism strips away those assumptions not to leave you empty, but to show you the foundations. The faith we place in shared experience. The beauty of choosing to believe in other minds even without proof. It reminds us that empathy is an act of imagination, that every time you say I understand, you are taking a leap across the curtain between minds, hoping that someone is on the other side. And maybe that hope is what makes us human. Many philosophers have criticized solipsism over the centuries. They argue that it is unfalsifiable, meaning it cannot be proven or disproven, and thus is intellectually sterile. It explains nothing. It predicts nothing. It offers no path forward. Others call it emotionally bankrupt, a worldview so self-centered it collapses into absurdity. But here's the quiet truth. Even the loudest critics of solipsism cannot disprove it. We cannot access another person's consciousness. We can only see outputs, behavior, language, facial expression. And so solipsism lingers not as a belief to live by, but as a mirror held up to our assumptions. It asks us gently, what do you really know and what are you simply trusting to be true? So here you are, listening, thinking, drifting. You don't know who wrote these words. You don't even know if this voice is real. All you know is you. The awareness reading these thoughts. The silence inside you that listens when all else falls quiet. That's all you've ever known. All you can know. And somehow that's enough. Because even if the world is an illusion, your experience of it still matters. Even if you are the only mind in the universe, you are a mind that can imagine love, wonder, kindness, curiosity, all the things that make life worth living, real or not. And if you are alone, then that just makes your imagination even more powerful. Because you created the stars, you gave shape to the sky, you invented everyone you ever loved, and in that dream, you are never truly alone. But what if the you experiencing all of this is not the same you that existed yesterday? What if the self isn't as continuous or solid or real as we believe? In the next segment, we'll explore the shifting sands of identity and ask the strange question, who are you really when every cell in your body and every memory in your mind changes with time? Settle into the mystery. We're about to lose ourselves in the paradox of the self. Segment 5. The illusion of a continuous self. Take a moment. Let your thoughts float gently like leaves on still water. You've made it through another day filled with memories, little routines, passing thoughts, things you said, things you wished you had said, and things you barely noticed. But as you settle in, now breathing softer, mind growing quieter, here's a gentle, unsettling question. Are you the same person who woke up this morning? You might think, of course I am. I have the same name. I remember the same things. I'm lying in the same bed. But let's go deeper. Are you the same person you were 5 years ago, 10? What about the version of you from childhood, the one who believed in monsters and magic and infinite possibilities? And what about the version of you that will exist tomorrow? Where does you begin? And where does it end? This is the mystery we explore now, the illusion of a continuous self, the quiet, almost invisible truth that you, as you know yourself, may be less of a thing and more of a story. We tend to think of the self as a solid object, a core, a soul, a stable identity that moves through time like a ship through water. But look closer. Philosophers, neuroscientists, psychologists, even spiritual teachers have long suspected that the self is not a single unchanging thing, but a process, a collection, a shifting swirl of perceptions, memories, habits, feelings. In other words, a narrative. You are not the same thing across time. You are the same name carried by a stream of shifting sensations. And that stream never stops changing. Let's start with your body. Every 7 to 10 years, nearly every cell in your body is replaced. Skin flakes away. Blood regenerates. Bones dissolve and rebuild. Your stomach lining renews itself every few days. Even your brain, though it retains many neurons, constantly rewires. So biologically, you are not the same person you were a decade ago. Literally. Now let's look at memory. Memory feels like the anchor of identity. I remember, therefore I am, we might say. But memory is not a filing cabinet. It's a storytelling engine. Every time you remember something, you reconstruct it. You repaint it, reinterpret it, blend it with the present. Studies show that our memories shift subtly every time we revisit them. They're shaped by current mood, current beliefs, even the words we use to describe them. Which means the story you tell about your past self is not a factual record, but a gentle fiction. A version of the past that your present self can live with. Even personality. The thing we often associate with identity is less fixed than we think. You were probably more impulsive as a teenager, more open or more anxious or more idealistic. Maybe now you're calmer, more skeptical, more careful with your words. And 10 years from now, you might be different again. So when we say this is who I am, what we often mean is this is who I am right now at this phase of the story. But stories change, and characters evolve. This isn't a modern idea. In fact, some of the oldest philosophical traditions question the permanence of the self. The ancient Buddhist concept of anatta, or non-self, teaches that the self is an illusion, not in the sense of being fake, but in the sense of being impermanent, interdependent, lacking an essential core. According to this view, clinging to a solid sense of identity is one of the root causes of suffering. Why? Because when the self changes, and it will, we experience fear, confusion, loss. But if we see the self as a flow, a pattern, a dance of causes and conditions, we suffer less. We become like water, always changing, but always real. The philosopher David Hume made a similar point in the 1700s. When he looked inside himself, he said he never found a stable self. He found thoughts, feelings, desires, impressions, but no core identity. Just a bundle, a stream. So if there's no unchanging self, what is it that moves through life? Here's a famous thought experiment. Imagine a ship, a beautiful wooden vessel named Theseus. Over time, the planks begin to rot, so the ship's caretakers replace them. One by one. New wood for old. Years pass, and eventually every single piece of the ship has been replaced. Question, is it still the same ship? Now imagine someone gathers all the original planks and rebuilds the ship elsewhere. Which one is the real Theseus, the one with continuity of function, or the one with continuity of material? Apply this to yourself. Every cell has changed. Your beliefs have changed. Your memories have changed. Are you still you, and if so, which you? There's a strange peace in this idea if you let it settle. Because if the self is fluid, then reinvention is not betrayal. It's natural. You're not losing who you were. You're becoming who you are now. You're allowed to outgrow dreams, to soften anger, to forget, forgive, rebuild. You don't owe your past self consistency. You owe them compassion. And you don't owe your future self a perfect plan. You owe them space to change. This understanding also helps us let go of the rigid labels we place on ourselves. I'm shy. I'm not creative. I'm bad at love. I'm not good enough. These are not facts. They are snapshots, moments in a movie you are still directing. Let them go. Let yourself evolve. Because in truth, every morning you wake up as a slightly different version of yourself, a new moment in an endless becoming. Psychologist Daniel Kahneman, winner of the Nobel Prize, once described two kinds of self: the experiencing self, the one who lives in the moment, breath by breath; the narrative self, the one who remembers, reflects, and tells the story of me. The experiencing self lives now. It's the part of you that feels the warmth of the blanket, hears the rustle of leaves, smells the steam of tea. The narrative self is the part of you thinking, that was a good day, or I wish I had done things differently, or this is who I am. The two selves often don't agree. You might spend a day that's perfectly pleasant, but remember only the traffic jam at the end. You might tell yourself a story of failure even though your present self is calm and content. Knowing the difference can help you stay rooted in the present, to trust the soft truth of now instead of clinging to the often distorted tale of who you think you are. So, who are you? You are not your name. That was given to you. You are not your job, your history, your memories. Those are chapters. You are not even your thoughts. Those come and go like clouds in a passing sky. You are what remains when everything else changes. You are the one watching the story unfold moment by moment. The self may be an illusion, but you, the witness, the stillness beneath the changing tide. You are here, and that is enough. But if the self is always changing, who or what is making the choices? Do you choose your thoughts? Do you decide what to feel, what to fear, what to love? Or are you just a passenger watching the train move, unable to touch the controls? In the next segment, we'll explore one of the deepest mysteries of the conscious mind, free will. Do you really have it? Or is it the greatest illusion of all? Close your eyes. Breathe in. Let the question linger, and we'll drift quietly into the paradox of choice. Segment 6. The paradox of free will. Now bring your attention gently inward. Notice your breath rising and falling like waves lapping at the edge of sleep. A thought appears. Maybe you notice it. Maybe it slips past like fog. Here's the question. Did you choose that thought, or did it just arise? Let's try again. Think of a fruit. Got one. Now ask yourself why that fruit and not another. Did you decide to think of it, or did it simply appear unbidden, effortless, like a leaf floating down from somewhere above your awareness? This is the beginning of one of the deepest, most ancient paradoxes in philosophy, neuroscience, and human existence. Do we have free will? And if we don't, if our choices are illusions, then who or what is really living your life? Free will is one of those ideas we live by. We say, I chose this. I decided to go there. I regret doing that. I'll do better next time. The entire structure of morality, law, identity, and self-worth rests on the idea that we are agents, beings who initiate actions, weigh options, and make choices. But under that belief is a quiet contradiction. Because if the brain is a physical system made of atoms and molecules and governed by the laws of physics, then every thought, impulse, and decision must be the result of prior causes. Causes you didn't choose. Your genetics, your upbringing, your culture, the weather, the bacteria in your gut, all interacting in a vast, tangled web, producing the moment you're living right now. So, where's the freedom in that? Let's get specific. In the 1980s, neuroscientist Benjamin Libet conducted a famous experiment. He asked participants to perform a simple task, flex their wrist whenever they felt like it, and note the moment they made the conscious decision to do so. While they did this, Libet monitored their brain activity. Here's what he found. A surge of neural activity called the readiness potential occurred about 300 milliseconds before participants reported the conscious decision to act. In other words, the brain initiated the action before the person became aware of choosing it. This finding rocked the scientific and philosophical worlds. It suggested that what we call conscious choice might just be a story the brain tells itself after the fact. A kind of post hoc narration. I chose this when in fact, The decision had already begun in the shadows. Subsequent experiments using brain scans have replicated similar findings, detecting decisions up to 7 seconds before people become aware of them. So, if the decision starts before we know it, where does we begin? This leads us to two opposing views. Determinism, the belief that every event, including human decisions, is caused by prior events in accordance with natural laws. Libertarian free will, the belief that we have genuine agency capable of initiating new chains of causality that are not predetermined. Under strict determinism, you are a link in a chain. Your actions are inevitable outcomes of the past. There is no room for freedom, only the appearance of freedom. And if that's true, then praise and blame start to look strange. Do we punish someone for a crime they were always destined to commit? Do we take credit for acts of kindness that were just neurological dominoes falling in sequence? It's a haunting idea, but it's also oddly peaceful. Because if everything is unfolding as it must, maybe there's nothing to fight. No internal war. No guilt over every misstep. Just a river flowing as rivers do. Some thinkers offer a softer stance known as compatibilism. They say even if our actions have causes, we can still call them free as long as they align with our internal desires, beliefs, and reasoning. So yes, your decisions are influenced, but if they come from you and not from coercion, that counts as freedom. In this view, free will is not about randomness or uncaused choices. It's about ownership. Even if the machine is complex, the machine is you. It's a comforting idea, but still leaves open the deeper mystery. Where do your desires come from? Did you choose to want what you want, or did your preferences, your love of music, your craving for approval, your fear of loneliness, simply arrive shaped by forces beyond your control? If you didn't choose your desires, did you really choose anything at all? Now let's shift. In many Eastern philosophies, the notion of free will is viewed differently, not as a power to control the world, but as an illusion born from ego. Buddhist teachings, for example, often describe the self as a process, not a fixed agent. Thoughts arise, intentions arise, actions arise. But the I who claims to cause them is a fiction, like a shadow taking credit for the movements of a flame. To be free in this view is not to gain more control, but to release the illusion of control altogether. To realize that life moves, thoughts flow, and awareness witnesses without needing a puppet master behind the scenes. It's not fatalism, it's surrender. And sometimes surrender brings peace. Let's return to you. You didn't choose your DNA, or your parents, or the city you were born in, or the time in history you arrived. You didn't choose your first language, or your earliest fears, or the way your brain reacts to heartbreak. But here you are. And even if free will is an illusion, it's a beautiful one. It's what gives us stories, regret, redemption, growth, hope. It's what allows you to say, I want to be better, even if that desire came uninvited. It gives shape to your life, a direction, a purpose, a sense of authorship. And sometimes that's all we need. Because whether or not you control your choices, you still experience them. You still feel their weight. You still live inside their consequences. You still grow from their unfolding. So maybe free will isn't about power. Maybe it's about presence. About showing up for the moment as it happens, even if you didn't choose the moment. So next time you feel conflicted, torn between action and hesitation, try this instead of asking, what should I choose? Ask what is choosing me. Let the question open you. Let it soften you. You don't need to solve the paradox tonight. Just sit with it. Let it rest beside you like a sleeping cat. Let it watch your dreams as they unfold. You are not the master of your mind, but you are the witness. And that's more than enough. But if consciousness isn't steering the ship, where does it come from? Could it be something more than just the sum of your brain's wiring? What if your mind, like weather, like traffic, like an ant colony, emerges from complexity itself? In the next segment, we'll explore one of the most fascinating ideas in modern cognitive science: consciousness as an emergent property. Let your thoughts swirl. We're about to rise above the system and watch something unexpected come to life. Segment 7: Consciousness as an emergent property. Let's begin with something simple. Picture a flock of birds flying in the sky. They're not flying in random directions. They twist, they turn, they swirl as one, like liquid silver in motion. There's no leader bird giving commands, no central control. And yet the flock behaves like a single intelligent entity. What you're watching is emergence, a phenomenon where simple parts following simple rules give rise to complex, unexpected behaviors. It happens everywhere. Ant colonies organize, cities grow, markets shift, storms spiral. And now, imagine that your consciousness, your private experience of thoughts, colors, smells, memories, dreams is just that, an emergent property. Not a ghost, not a soul, not a mystical force, but the result of billions of neurons interacting in just the right way to give rise to the feeling of being you. This is the emergence hypothesis, and in this segment, we'll explore how something as mysterious as the mind might arise from something as ordinary and physical as matter. Let's start with what we know. Your brain is made of about 86 billion neurons, tiny nerve cells that communicate using electrical and chemical signals. Each neuron is relatively simple. It fires or it doesn't. It passes a signal or it doesn't. But together they form patterns, waves, loops, layers. They create networks of incredible complexity. Networks that process information, generate memories, recognize faces, dream dreams. And according to the emergence hypothesis, these interactions don't just process thoughts, they generate experience. Not because any one neuron is conscious, but because the system as a whole reaches a level of complexity where something new arises, something unexpected, something irreducible, something like you. To truly grasp this idea, let's step back. Emergence is a concept in science and philosophy that describes how larger entities, patterns, and properties arise through the interactions of smaller or simpler entities that themselves do not exhibit those properties. Let's break that down with a few relaxing examples. Water is wet, but no single molecule of H2O is wet. Wetness is a property that emerges when enough molecules gather and interact. Traffic jams. No single car creates a jam, but together under certain conditions, they cause unpredictable slowdowns that feel alive. The human body. Cells form tissues. Tissues form organs. Organs form systems. Systems form you. Emergence is everywhere. It's how nature builds complexity from simplicity. And consciousness, some argue, is the crown jewel of emergence. The most intricate product of matter organizing itself in the right way. Think of your brain not as a static object, but as a living dance of electrical activity. At every moment, countless signals are zipping through synapses, strengthening here, weakening there, responding to memory, emotion, sensory input. This isn't random. It's a self-organizing system. And self-organizing systems can exhibit new properties, new behaviors that no part on its own could explain. So the claim is simple, and radical consciousness is not in the parts. It's in the pattern. It doesn't live in any one neuron. It lives in the relationships between them, in the timing, the rhythms, the feedback loops. Just as a melody emerges from individual notes, just as a mood arises from a few soft chords, so does you from your neurons. Several models in neuroscience have tried to capture this idea. One is global workspace theory, the idea that consciousness arises when information becomes globally available to different parts of the brain. Another is integrated information theory, IOIT, which proposes that consciousness corresponds to the system's ability to integrate information in a unified whole. According to IIT, a conscious system has a high level of what it calls F-phi, a measure of how much the system's parts affect each other. In other words, consciousness happens when the parts are not just active, but deeply interconnected. Another metaphor, imagine a choir. Each singer on their own is just a voice, but when they blend, harmonize, respond to each other, a new sound appears, a sound greater than the sum of its voices. That is what consciousness under emergence might be. If consciousness is emergent, it means it doesn't require anything mystical. No soul, no magic, no hidden substance, just matter arranged in the right way. But this also raises profound questions. Could machines become conscious if complexity is all it takes? Then a sufficiently advanced AI might one day wake up. Do other animals have consciousness? Many already show signs, self-recognition, empathy, dreams. Perhaps they too are emergent minds, just tuned to different frequencies. Could other forms of emergence exist? Might societies, ecosystems, or even the internet someday develop forms of awareness? And perhaps the deepest implication of all, if your consciousness is an emergent pattern, then you are not a thing. You are a process, a beautiful, continuous unfolding of interactions, like music, like fire, like wind through the trees. Of course, not everyone agrees. Some critics argue that emergence explains what consciousness might arise from, but not why it feels like anything. Why is there an inner world at all others question whether strong emergence, the kind that produces radically new phenomena, is even logically coherent? Can something truly new emerge from things that in theory should already explain it? And there's still the hard problem. Even if we understand the mechanisms, we still don't understand why it leads to experience. But perhaps, just perhaps, consciousness is what emergence feels like from the inside. Perhaps we are what it's like when complexity looks back at itself. So now here you are, a pattern of cells, a process of firing neurons, a storm of signals dancing in quiet harmony. And yet, you feel. You remember a song. You miss someone. You imagine a different life. You wonder if your cat knows you love them. All from matter, all from simplicity turned into symphony. And if that's not miraculous, what is you are the song your brain is singing. You are the fire your mind keeps lit. You are the echo of 1,000 interactions, each one whispering softly, I am. But not everyone believes consciousness emerges from complexity. Some believe it's already there, built into the very atoms of the universe. What if your awareness isn't created, but uncovered? What if everything has some kind of mind, even rocks, electrons, raindrops? In the next segment, we'll explore the radical, beautiful possibility of panpsychism, the idea that consciousness is not rare, but universal. Let the thought shimmer. We're about to touch the stars and ask if they too are dreaming. Segment 8. Panpsychism consciousness in all things. Take a breath. Not a big one, not a dramatic one, just a quiet inhale and a softer exhale. Now imagine the air you're breathing, invisible, weightless, always there. Now ask yourself a question you've probably never thought to ask. Does the air know it exists? Does the water in your glass have even the faintest flicker of awareness? Does a falling stone feel anything as it plummets? Does an electron, tiny, unknowable, eternal, possess the dimmest glow of consciousness? It may sound strange, even impossible. But there is a philosophical idea that says yes, that everything in the universe, from stars to atoms, from trees to tectonic plates, contains some glimmer of experience. Not consciousness like ours, not complex, not human, but something. A proto-feeling, a shimmer. This idea is called panpsychism, from the Greek pan all and psyche, soul or mind. And in this segment, we're going to let go of the assumption that consciousness is rare. We're going to open the possibility that it's everywhere. For most of modern science, consciousness has been seen as a late arrival, something that emerges only after billions of years of evolution, once nervous systems get complicated enough to create minds like ours. But panpsychism flips that idea. It says no, consciousness didn't emerge. It was always there. It's not the product of matter, it's a property of matter, just like mass, or charge, or spin. It doesn't mean rocks are sitting around having existential crises, or that your coffee mug is dreaming of being a teacup. But it does mean that even the smallest units of the universe might have some basic form of awareness, a spark, a perspective, a whisper of interiority. And when these sparks combine layer upon layer through molecules, cells, organs, brains, they become the rich, vivid world of human experience. So consciousness isn't the prize at the end of evolution. It's the thread woven through everything. Panpsychism isn't new. In fact, it may be one of the oldest philosophical ideas in existence. Plato believed that all things possess soul, not just people or animals, but stars, elements, even the world itself. Spinoza in the 1600s claimed that everything that exists has both a physical and mental aspect, that matter and mind are just two sides of the same coin. And in Eastern philosophy, especially Vedanta and some branches of Buddhism, there's long been a view that consciousness is not in the world. The world is in consciousness. But more recently, this ancient idea has been making a comeback in modern philosophy of mind, not as mysticism, but as a serious solution to the mystery of experience. One of the biggest puzzles in science today is the hard problem of consciousness. How does subjective experience, the feeling of seeing red, of tasting salt, of remembering childhood, arise from brain matter? Despite decades of research, no one has explained it. We know what brain regions light up, but we don't know why it should feel like anything. Panpsychism offers a radical answer. Consciousness doesn't need to arise. It's already present in everything. So the question becomes, not how does matter become conscious, but how does simple consciousness combine into complex consciousness? It's like building a picture from pixels. Each pixel holds a hint. Together they form the full image. Let's try an image. Imagine consciousness as water. Every atom is like a droplet, on its own, small, quiet. But when they gather, when they flow together in just the right way, you get rivers, lakes, oceans. You get depth, movement, storms, stillness. You get life. In this view, your mind is a wave in that ocean distinct, shaped, temporary, but never separate from the sea. And the sea, it's everywhere, under every rock, in every tree, inside every cell, floating between the stars. Of course, panpsychism is hard to prove or disprove. There are no brain scans for rocks, no neural patterns in electrons. But some scientists and philosophers point to strange patterns in physics and consciousness that suggest a deeper link. For example, integrated information theory, which we discussed earlier, suggests that consciousness arises from systems that integrate information in specific ways. And even very simple systems like a thermostat integrate a tiny amount of information. Does that mean they have micro-consciousness? Probably not in any meaningful sense. But maybe some sense. A dim glow. A proto-awareness. Other researchers point to quantum physics where particles seem to behave differently when observed. Where entanglement connects things across space. Where uncertainty, possibility, and observation seem baked into the fabric of reality. Maybe they say consciousness isn't something added to the universe. Maybe it's a basic feature like space-time or gravity. Not an afterthought, but a beginning. Now, to be fair, panpsychism raises its own hard questions. If everything is conscious, then why don't we feel the consciousness of a chair or a teacup or a spoon? And if every particle has consciousness, then how do all those little minds add up to your mind, the unified experience of you? This is called the combination problem, and it's one of the biggest challenges for panpsychist theories. But perhaps the problem is not with the theory. Perhaps the problem is with how we define consciousness. We expect it to be human-like, verbal, self-aware. But what if consciousness can exist without a self, without memory, without language, without control, just presence, just the faintest glow of being, like the feeling of warm sunlight on skin? Not a thought, just a sensation. Maybe that's what a rock feels, or a river, or a planet. Maybe that's what your atoms feel deep beneath your awareness. Maybe they whisper to each other quietly, and together they become the song that is you. Now let's move inward again. What would it mean to live in a universe where everything is in some tiny way alive, where there is no true emptiness, no true silence, only gradients of awareness? Maybe it would make you feel less alone. Maybe you'd treat the world more gently, not because it's watching, but because it feels in its own way. The tree outside your window, the rain falling on your roof, the phone resting beside you, the breath in your lungs, the cells in your blood, all part of the same glowing web, all flickering, all awake. Even if they don't know it. Even if they're dreaming in languages we'll never hear. So now, as you lie here letting your thoughts drift, you can imagine your body not as a container, but as a choir, trillions of cells, billions of molecules, countless atoms, all moving, all connecting, all becoming. You are not a single point of consciousness. You are a constellation, a network of tiny lights. Some ancient, some brand new. Together, they glow, and the glow is you. But if consciousness is in everything, could it also be in nothing? Could consciousness arise not from neurons or particles, but from the mysterious, elusive rules of quantum physics? In the next segment, we'll step into a deeper strangeness, exploring the idea that your mind might be entangled with the cosmos itself. We're about to venture into one of the most speculative, debated, and mesmerizing theories of all quantum consciousness. Let your breath fall soft. We're about to think in probabilities and dream in waveforms. Segment 9. Consciousness as a quantum phenomenon. Close your eyes if you haven't already. Feel your breath drifting in and out. Now imagine this. You are not solid. You are mostly empty space, a haze of atoms orbiting with more distance between them than stars in a galaxy. And even those atoms are not truly particles. They are probabilities, clouds of possibility, flickering waves of maybe. At the most fundamental level, you are not a thing. You are a tendency, a potential, a vibration. So here's a strange and beautiful idea. What if consciousness arises not in spite of that uncertainty, but because of it? What if the deepest root of your awareness isn't in neurons or thoughts or brainwaves, but in the mysterious flickering dance of quantum physics? Welcome to the hypothesis of quantum consciousness, a controversial, thrilling, and endlessly debated idea that says maybe your mind is quantum. And if that's true, then your awareness is entangled with the universe in ways we're only just beginning to imagine. Quantum mechanics is without question the strangest, most successful theory in physics. It has revolutionized our understanding of atoms, energy, time, and space. It explains the behavior of particles at the tiniest scales, smaller than electrons, smaller than the stuff of dreams. But it comes with puzzles. Puzzles that feel more like poetry than science. For example, a particle can be in two places at once, until observed. Two particles can become entangled, such that changing one instantly affects the other, even across vast distances. Observing a system changes its outcome, as if the universe reacts to being watched. These aren't metaphors. These are testable facts, confirmed in experiment after experiment. And somewhere in the space between particle and wave, between possibility and reality, between being and not being, some thinkers have begun to wonder, is this where consciousness lives? The most well-known version of this idea comes from theoretical physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff. Together they developed a theory called orchestrated objective reduction, or OR. Their claim is bold: consciousness doesn't emerge from classical brain activity, the firing of neurons, but from quantum processes happening deep within the brain's microtubules. What are microtubules? They're tiny structures inside your neurons, often overlooked, but incredibly important for cellular communication and structure. According to Penrose and Hameroff, these microtubules might support quantum coherence, the same kind of delicate quantum states we see in labs with lasers and cooled atoms. And when these quantum states collapse, when a quantum wave resolves into a single outcome, that moment of collapse is what gives rise to a conscious experience. Not just information processing, but awareness. Now you might wonder, why go looking for such an exotic explanation? Why not stick with neurons and synapses? Here's why. Classical physics, the kind that explains billiard balls, engines, and electrical circuits, is deterministic, predictable, rigid, and it seems too rigid to explain the richness of inner life, the weirdness, the spontaneity. Quantum physics, on the other hand, is probabilistic. Nothing is certain until observed. Contextual, the act of observation affects what's real. Non-local particles separated by light years can remain connected. Sound familiar. Some aspects of consciousness also seem to defy locality, linearity, and cause-effect reasoning. We can't pin it down in one place. We don't fully know where it begins, and observing it changes it. There's a haunting symmetry between quantum weirdness and the mystery of the mind. Of course, many scientists are deeply skeptical of quantum consciousness theories. They argue that the brain is too warm, too wet, and too noisy to support delicate quantum states. Quantum coherence usually requires controlled environments, cryogenic temperatures, isolated systems, carefully tuned instruments. But in the last decade, researchers have discovered that quantum effects can happen in biological systems, in photosynthesis, in bird navigation, even in some smell receptors. This new field, quantum biology, has reopened the door. And though no one has yet proven quantum consciousness, the possibility no longer seems absurd. It may take decades or centuries to truly test. But the idea lingers because it's beautiful, because it makes intuitive sense in a way that speaks to both scientists and dreamers. If consciousness is quantum, then what does that mean for us? It may explain the unity of experience. How do billions of neurons create a single, unified awareness? Maybe they don't. Maybe unity is inherent to quantum processes. It may connect consciousness and time. Quantum events are probabilistic. Consciousness may experience time not as a line, but as a wave always collapsing possibility into now. It may suggest life is more interconnected than we imagined. Entanglement doesn't respect space. If minds are quantum, then maybe all minds are connected subtly beyond what language can express. It may redefine death. If the mind is quantum, then what happens to its information? Does it vanish? Transform, disperse. Is there such a thing as quantum memory? These are not answers. They are invitations. Invitations to wonder, to pause, to float inside questions that may never resolve. In some ways, quantum consciousness is less a theory and more a kind of modern mysticism. It echoes ancient ideas in Taoism. Reality is described as formless, flowing, changing like a field of probability. In Hindu Vedanta, the self is not the body or the mind, but pure awareness beyond form-time or individuality. In Buddhism, consciousness is described as impermanent, non-local, always shifting, more a field than a self. Quantum physics seems to whisper the same things. That the universe is not made of things, but of relationships, patterns, probabilities, events that need an observer to unfold. And you are that observer. You collapse the wave. You make the moment real. Not because you're in control, but because you're participating in the unfolding of the world. Now breathe again. Feel the space inside your body, the tingling of your fingers, the quiet pressure behind your eyes. You are here, and yet, you are not just here. You are a ripple in a field, a fleeting arrangement of energy and possibility. A song sung by particles that have been dancing since the birth of time. And somehow, impossibly, that dance woke up. It became aware of itself. It became you. Not because it had to, but because the universe, it seems, wanted to witness itself. And maybe it still does. Through every leaf, every breath, every dream. But if the universe is built on strange probabilities, and your consciousness helps collapse them into form, then why does your brain sometimes see things that aren't there? Why does it create illusions, glitches, inconsistencies? In the next segment, we'll explore the fascinating world of perception and how your mind hallucinates reality all the time. Prepare for optical tricks, phantom limbs, and the strange realization that you are always hallucinating, just usually in agreement with everyone else. Let's wander now into the illusions of the conscious mind. Segment 10. Optical illusions of the mind. Now imagine a checkerboard. One square is in the shadow, the other in the light. You'd absolutely swear that one is darker than the other. And yet, they are the same shade of gray. You've just been tricked. Not by the image, not by the screen, but by your own mind. It's called the checker-shadow illusion, created by Edward Adelson. And it's only one of thousands of ways your brain quietly, gently distorts reality every day. But here's the strange part. These illusions aren't flaws. They are features. They are the rules your brain uses to create a version of reality it thinks you need. In this segment, we're going to explore a quiet, unsettling truth. You are always hallucinating. The only difference between normal perception and an illusion is how much agreement there is. Let that sink in. Because what you call the real world is really just your brain's best guess. Let's begin with a question. How do you see the world? You might think your eyes work like cameras taking pictures and sending them to your brain. But that's not how it works. Your eyes take in limited data fragments of light shapes, colors, and your brain fills in the rest. It adds meaning, depth, texture, familiarity. It compares what you're seeing now to what you've seen before and constructs a model. That model is what you experience. You don't see the world. You see your brain's interpretation of the world. And sometimes your brain gets creative. Let's take a gentle stroll through a few classic illusions, not to fool you, but to reveal something deeper. The Rubin vase. Look at the image. Do you see a vase or two faces in profile? Now switch, now back. Your brain can't hold both at once. It decides which one to see, and then switches like flipping a coin. Why? Because perception is choice-based, not fixed. The Ames room. Two people stand in a room. One appears huge, the other tiny. But it's not their size that's changing, it's the room. It's been built in a skewed shape but painted to look normal. Your brain assumes the walls are straight and builds the illusion, the McGurk effect. You hear someone say "bah," but if their lips are mouthing "fey," your brain rewires the sound. You hear what you see, not what was spoken. Here, vision hijacks hearing. It's multi-sensory perception, and it's built to guess, not to report. Each of these illusions is more than a trick. They are windows into your brain's editing suite, where raw data becomes story, becomes reality, becomes you. Modern neuroscience increasingly views perception not as passive reception, but as active prediction. Your brain is a prediction machine. It builds models of the world based on memory expectation habit and then updates them with sensory input. Most of the time, its guesses are good. You see a chair and your brain predicts solid, so you sit. You see a shadow move and your brain predicts cat, so you don't panic. But sometimes, its predictions are wrong. And when that happens, you experience an illusion, or a surprise, or fear, or awe. Your brain isn't lying to you. It's trying to help. It just has to work fast, and sometimes speed comes at the cost of truth. Here's a beautiful example: your blind spot. Every human eye has a spot where the optic nerve connects to the retina, and that spot has no photoreceptors, no rods, no cones, no vision. You should see a hole in your field of view, but you don't, because your brain fills it in. It guesses what should be there based on color, shape, context, and paints over the void. You're seeing nothing, and yet you think you see everything. And that's just one gap. Every moment your brain is filling in things you don't actually perceive, the details of your peripheral vision, the motion between blinks, the spaces between words, the flow of time. Your brain creates a seamless narrative, but underneath it's patchwork, it's illusion. So what makes an illusion different from a hallucination? In many ways, not much. An illusion is a misinterpretation of sensory input. A hallucination is a perception without any input at all. But the mechanics are similar. Both involve the brain constructing reality from internal patterns. You can hallucinate sounds, faces, emotions, entire people, even in waking life, sometimes through mental illness, sometimes through stress, sometimes through dreams, sometimes, and here's the eerie part, just because your brain expects something to be there. Our minds are suggestible. Show someone a photo with static and tell them there's a face and they'll probably see one. It's not weakness. It's how we're wired. We're not built for truth. We're built for meaning. Let's go deeper. Phantom limbs. People who've lost a limb often report still feeling it. It itches. It burns. It clenches. Why? Because the brain's map of the body still includes that limb. The mind clings to its model even when reality changes. Out-of-body experiences. Some people report floating above themselves, watching from the ceiling, whether through trauma meditation or near-death states. These may be illusions, but to the person experiencing them, they are utterly real. Synesthesia. Some people see colors when they hear music, taste words, feel textures from numbers. Their brains cross wires, and their realities become richer, stranger, more blended. These aren't bugs, they're features. They show us that perception is not fixed. It is plastic, creative, personal. And maybe that's a gift. So now let's return to a deeper question. If all perception is a controlled hallucination, what is real? Your mind doesn't show you the world as it is. It shows you the world as it's useful to perceive. Colors aren't properties of objects, they're interpretations of wavelengths. Pain isn't just a signal, it's a story your body tells you to keep you safe. Time isn't a universal constant, it's a subjective rhythm that changes depending on attention, emotion, and memory. Even your sense of self is a construct, a hallucinated narrator, one that ties all these experiences into you. And that's okay. Because even if it's constructed, it's your construction, your private window, your personal dream. So as you lie here now, eyes closed, body still, know this. The darkness behind your eyelids is not empty. It is alive with meaning. Your mind is painting the world moment by moment, from memory, from desire, from fear, from love. And what a masterpiece it makes. You are not broken. You are beautifully biased, gloriously glitchy, endlessly human. The illusions your mind creates are not flaws. They are evidence that you are awake. Not just awake to the world, but awake within a world your brain builds just for you. But what if this entire hallucinated world, the colors, the body, the sounds, is just the tip of something deeper? What if the reality you see is not out there, but a projection from within? In the next segment, we'll explore a radical idea from neuroscience. That consciousness is not a window onto the world. It's a hallucination your brain controls. Join me as we descend gently into the idea of consciousness as a controlled hallucination. Close your eyes if they're not closed already. You don't need to see. You only need to imagine. Segment 11. Consciousness as a controlled hallucination. Let's begin with a soft thought. What if you've never actually seen the world, not the real world? Not directly. Not the way light bounces off a tree. Not the exact color of your bedsheets. Not even your own face, not truly. What if what you call reality is not out there, but in here, behind your eyes, inside your skull, crafted moment by your brain like a private movie? And what if that movie is not just perception, but consciousness itself? Welcome to the idea of controlled hallucination, a theory quietly gaining ground in neuroscience and philosophy of mind. It suggests that your conscious experience, every color, every sound, every sensation, is not a window onto the world. It's a hallucination, a very stable one, a useful one, a shared one, but a hallucination nonetheless. And what you call reality is what your brain predicts reality should be. This idea has been most famously championed by neuroscientist Anil Seth, who summed it up beautifully. We don't passively perceive the world. We actively generate it. And not just the world, but ourselves, our thoughts, our emotions, our memories, our bodies, all of it constructed from the inside out. Consciousness in this view is not some magical awareness floating above the body. It's a process, one that takes in uncertain data from the world and hallucinates something coherent, stable, comforting, survivable. To understand this, we need to talk about predictive processing. Your brain is not waiting for sensory data to arrive. It's predicting what data should be there based on experience, context, and memory. Then it compares its predictions to the incoming signals and corrects the model. This loop happens constantly, thousands of times per second. The result, a model of reality that feels stable, continuous, and trustworthy. But it's just that, a model. Your brain doesn't care about truth. It cares about usefulness, about building a version of the world that helps you survive. So your brain creates a story, and you, your thoughts, your sensations, yourself are inside that story. Here's a strange fact. Your eyes are not cameras feeding live footage to your brain. In fact, your brain processes more from itself than it receives from your eyes. Most of what you see is not raw visual input. It's filled in by your brain. When you glance at a room, you don't see every object. You see what your brain expects to be there. That's why you can miss something in plain sight. That's why magicians can trick you. That's why illusions like the dress, is it blue or white, work so well. Because what you see is not light. It's a prediction about light. And that prediction becomes your conscious experience. Now let's apply this idea to your own body. You feel like you inhabit a physical form. You feel your hands, your breath, your face. But these sensations are predicted too. Studies show that even your sense of being inside a body can be disrupted. In the rubber hand illusion, researchers place a rubber hand in front of you and hide your real hand. Then they tap both hands, the real and the fake, at the same time. After a while, your brain starts to believe the rubber hand is yours. It rewrites your body map. Why? Because it prioritizes coherence over truth. It would rather be wrong and consistent than right and confused. Even the sense of ownership over your thoughts, actions, and feelings is a kind of guess, a controlled hallucination about agency. Here's where things get truly strange and strangely calming. Not only is the world a hallucination, but you are too. What you think of as yourself, your identity, your voice, your beliefs, is not a fixed entity. It's a narrative the brain constructs to organize experience. a center of gravity, a character in a story. But just like the world around you, this self is inferred, not observed. There is no homunculus inside your skull, no pilot, no core, just patterns, thoughts thinking themselves, memories clustering into a name, feelings trying to make sense of themselves. This doesn't mean you don't exist. It means your experience of being you is the result of a controlled hallucination, one designed to help the brain regulate a complex, living body. You are a beautifully adaptive story. Now let's talk about dreams. When you dream, your brain creates entire worlds without any sensory input at all. You see, you hear, you move, you feel, all without light, all without sound, all without motion. Dreams are pure hallucination, uncontrolled, often chaotic. They reveal what the brain is capable of when it's off-leash. But waking life, that's a hallucination with constraints. One where your brain uses input to stabilize the model. It's still a dream, just one you share with others. One held together by agreement. One guided by habit. You might think this sounds disorienting, even scary. But there's comfort here. Because if consciousness is a controlled hallucination, then you are the artist, or at least the canvas. You are not stuck in reality. You are part of its creation. And that means your experience is not passive. It's active, participatory. You can change your predictions. You can soften your story. You can rewire your experience, not with force, but with awareness, by noticing the hallucination and gently tuning it. Mindfulness, meditation, therapy, art, all of these are ways of reshaping the dream, making it kinder, softer, more alive. So here you are, lying still. The world outside is quiet. The world inside is gently shimmering. What you feel, what you hear, what you imagine, all of it is your mind's best attempt to make sense of being alive. You are not a camera. You are not a puppet. You are a miracle of guessing, a self-updating map, a dreaming machine, a loop that sees itself and whispers, "I am." And maybe that's all we ever are. Patterns, hopes, stories, gently told, and consciousness is the story being told to itself. But what happens when that story becomes lucid? When you realize you're dreaming, while still inside the dream. In the next segment, we'll dive into the shimmering world of lucid dreaming, where the laws of physics bend and the boundary between imagination and reality fades like mist. You're about to discover what happens when the hallucination becomes your playground. Let your breath deepen. We're stepping into the dreams you know you're dreaming. Segment 12. The mystery of lucid dreaming. It begins like any other dream. You're walking through a hallway that doesn't quite look like your school, but you know it's your school. You hear footsteps, but they echo like water. The walls ripple. The light is soft and wrong. You turn a corner and suddenly you're floating. And then it happens. Somewhere deep in your awareness, a whisper. This is a dream. You don't wake up. You don't panic. You just realize. And in that moment, the world belongs to you. You can fly. You can breathe underwater. You can walk through walls. You can summon people you love. Rewrite memories, visit impossible places. You are no longer in the dream. You are aware within it. Welcome to the extraordinary, often elusive phenomenon known as lucid dreaming, where the mind becomes aware of itself while asleep, and the dreamer takes the reins. And tonight, we drift gently into that liminal space between control and chaos, between reality and imagination, to explore one of the most mysterious experiences consciousness has to offer. A lucid dream is any dream in which you become aware that you are dreaming. The term was coined by Dutch psychiatrist Frederik van Eeden in 1913, but the experience itself is far older. Tibetan Buddhists have practiced dream yoga for over 1,000 years, training themselves to remain conscious during sleep in order to explore the deeper nature of reality and mind. In the West, it's only in the last few decades that lucid dreaming has become a subject of serious scientific study, thanks in large part to researchers like Stephen LaBerge, who developed methods for verifying lucidity in sleep labs. And what they discovered was astounding. Lucid dreaming is real. It can be measured, and for some, it can be trained. You can wake up inside your dream and stay there. During REM sleep, the stage where most vivid dreams occur, your brain is highly active. In fact, some parts of the brain are more active than during waking life. Visual centers light up. Emotional circuits buzz. Memory fragments resurface and recombine in strange, symbolic ways. But during normal dreams, the prefrontal cortex, the part of your brain responsible for logic, self-awareness, and decision-making, is mostly offline. That's why dream logic is so bizarre. You don't question why the sky is green or why your dog is talking. You just accept it. But during a lucid dream, something unusual happens. The prefrontal cortex reignites. Metacognition returns. You become capable of recognizing the dream as a dream, and yet, you remain inside it. It's a paradox. Your body is asleep. Your mind is dreaming, but your awareness is awake. Lucid dreams vary from person to person and from night to night. Some are fleeting, a moment of realization before waking. Others are long, vivid, and immersive, like stepping into a fully interactive movie. You might find yourself flying over oceans, walking through ancient cities, exploring impossible architecture, or talking to dream characters who surprise you with their insight. Some people use lucid dreams for creativity, composing music, solving problems, rehearsing speeches. Others use them for healing, confronting fears, reprocessing trauma, even practicing motor skills. And some simply use them for wonder, to feel the joy of flying, the awe of creation, the thrill of becoming a god in their own world. But one thing is consistent. Lucid dreams feel real, emotionally real, visually real, physically real. When you're inside them, they are your reality. And that raises a profound question. If a world feels real, acts real, reacts to your choices, is it any less valid than waking life? Lucid dreaming forces us to question what consciousness is. If you can be conscious while dreaming, then consciousness doesn't require external reality. If you can make decisions, feel emotions, and reflect inside a dream, then self-awareness is not tied to waking life. If your mind can simulate reality so convincingly that you believe it, then how can you trust any experience at all? It echoes ideas from earlier segments that reality is constructed, that perception is prediction, that the world is not seen but simulated. Lucid dreaming is proof that the brain can build a world from nothing and inhabit it as if it were real. It shows us that consciousness is not tied to input, but to structure, to the ongoing story your mind tells itself about being alive. And sometimes that story continues, even when the body sleeps. Can anyone learn to lucid dream? The answer is, probably. Some people are natural lucid dreamers. For others, it takes practice. There are several common techniques. Reality checks throughout the day. Ask yourself, am I dreaming? Look at your hands. Red text twice. Pinch your nose and try to breathe through it. Make it a habit so that it spills over into your dreams. Dream journaling. Each morning, write down your dreams. This strengthens dream recall and helps your brain become more aware of dream patterns. Mnemonic induction of lucid dreams. As you fall asleep, repeat to yourself, "Next time I'm dreaming, I'll remember I'm dreaming." This sets the intention for awareness. Wake back to bed. BTB. Wake up after 5 to 6 hours of sleep, stay awake briefly, then return to bed. This increases the likelihood of entering REM sleep with awareness. These techniques are not instant. They take time, consistency, and patience. But even if you never achieve full lucidity, the practice itself deepens your relationship with your mind. You begin to notice your thoughts. You remember your dreams. You carry more awareness, both asleep and awake. Lucid dreaming lives in the twilight. It is not quite waking, not quite dreaming. It's a third state, a blending. And in that state, you come face to face with your own mind as a world builder. It's a kind of humility. You realize how vast your imagination is, how deep your emotions go, how many parts of you exist below the surface. And sometimes in that space, you meet something unexpected, a voice that's not yours, a character you didn't invent, a symbol that feels older than you are. Are these just fragments of memory? Or are they parts of you you've never met? Lucid dreams are not just play. They are exploration. They are maps of the unconscious drawn in real time. And sometimes they reveal truths too complex for words. So as you lie here now, quiet, still soft, let your mind drift. Tonight you may dream. You may fly. You may fall. You may find yourself in a city of light or a forest that whispers, or a sky filled with stars that hum like bells. And maybe, just maybe, you'll remember that you are dreaming, and you'll smile, and you'll choose to walk, to speak, to create, to experience your own consciousness from the inside out, like a painter who steps into the canvas, like a god who forgets they are dreaming, then remembers. But sometimes in our dreams, lucid or not, we glimpse something more. Something that doesn't come from imagination. Something that feels outside us. A tunnel. A light. A voice. A life review. In the next segment, we'll step into one of the most mysterious and controversial corners of human consciousness, near-death experiences. What happens when the body shuts down, but the mind continues? Take a breath. We're going to walk the edge of life itself. Segment 13. Near-death experiences and consciousness beyond the brain. Close your eyes, if they're not already closed. Let the breath come and go, soft, gentle like a tide. And now imagine you are lying on a hospital bed. Machines beep softly in the distance. Your body is weak, still, slipping away. And then without warning, you feel light. You feel lifted. You are looking down at yourself. You see your own face. You see the doctors working. But you're no longer in your body. You are elsewhere, floating, aware, calm. A tunnel appears. A radiant light shines from its far end. Not harsh, not blinding. Warm, familiar, peaceful. You feel yourself drawn toward it, not with fear, but with wonder, as if remembering something you forgot you once knew. This is the beginning of what many call a near-death experience, or NDE. And in this segment, we'll gently explore these extraordinary events, not to explain them away, but to listen, to wonder. to ask, can consciousness exist beyond the brain? Near-death experiences have been reported across cultures, religions, and centuries. They often follow a pattern, a sense of detachment from the body, a feeling of peace, even euphoria, moving through a tunnel or toward a light, seeing deceased loved ones, spiritual beings, or panoramic life reviews, a choice or command to return, a sudden snap back into the body. What's most striking is the consistency of these reports, even from people of different backgrounds, beliefs, and ages. Some remember vivid landscapes. Some report gaining knowledge. Some return with changed personalities, new outlooks, or inexplicable abilities. And almost all describe the experience as more real than real, more vivid than waking life, more profound than any dream. Which leads us to wonder, what is happening here? Is it just the brain, or something more? The scientific explanations for NDEs are varied and evolving. Most suggest that the experiences are biological responses to extreme stress trauma or lack of oxygen. Some theories include anoxia, hypoxia. A lack of oxygen to the brain can trigger hallucinations, euphoria, and tunnel vision due to the loss of peripheral sight and stimulation of the visual cortex. Endorphin release. In moments of extreme trauma, the brain may flood itself with painkillers, creating feelings of warmth, detachment, and peace. Temporal lobe activity. The temporal lobe, especially the right side, is associated with out-of-body sensations and mystical experiences when electrically stimulated. DMT hypothesis. Some researchers speculate that the brain may release small amounts of DMT, a powerful psychedelic, during death, causing vivid visual experiences and ego dissolution. But here's where it gets interesting. Some NDEs happen when the brain appears to be completely inactive. Flat EEG, no heartbeat, no detectable brain function. And yet, the person reports clear, structured, meaningful experience, sometimes with details they couldn't possibly know. Descriptions of conversations in the operating room. Accurate reports of events outside their field of vision. Memories that survive anesthesia and clinical death. These cases, while rare, challenge the idea that consciousness is entirely dependent on brain activity. Across cultures, NDEs have long been viewed not as anomalies, but as glimpses of another realm. In ancient Greece, initiates in mystery, cults sought death-like states to prepare for the afterlife. In Tibetan Buddhism, the Bardo Thodol, known in the West as the Tibetan Book of the Dead, describes the intermediate state between death and rebirth, complete with tunnels, lights, visions, and the choice to return or move on. Christian traditions describe meetings with angels, Jesus, or heavenly realms. Indigenous cultures report spirit journeys, ancestral encounters, and return from death wisdom. The language differs. The symbols shift. But the structure and the emotional truth remain strikingly similar. And many who return from NDEs describe profound transformation, a loss of fear of death, a stronger sense of purpose, a deeper capacity for compassion, a sense of connection to something larger than the self. Whether or not the experience is real, its impact is. For centuries, Western science has operated under materialism, the view that consciousness is a product of the physical brain. When the brain stops, the mind ends. But NDEs, especially those with verifiable elements, challenge this framework. They suggest that consciousness might be more fundamental than matter, that awareness may not emerge from neurons, but use them, that the brain might be a receiver, not a generator, like a radio that tunes into consciousness, and when the radio breaks, the signal remains. This is speculative, controversial, unproven. But it opens the door to non-local theories of mind ideas that consciousness is not confined to space-time or biology. Ideas echoed in quantum consciousness, panpsychism, and ancient spirituality. Ideas that say, maybe when the body ends, the story continues. Of course, many scientists remain skeptical, and rightly so. The brain is complex, perception is fragile, memory is malleable. It's entirely possible that NDEs are hallucinations filtered through culture and belief. We know that people under anesthesia can have vivid experiences. We know that brains deprived of oxygen become chaotic. We know that even in dreams, the mind constructs entire realities. So the question becomes, does the experience point to a world beyond, or is it simply the brain's final story? A farewell hallucination shaped by emotion and longing. The truth is, we don't know. But in the space of unknowing, we find wonder. Even if NDEs are not literal glimpses of an afterlife, they matter. Because they show us something profound about consciousness, that it seeks meaning, that it creates order from chaos, that it can find peace even on the edge of death. And for many who've returned, that peace never fully fades. They speak of light, of music, of love so complete it made them weep. And even if it was only a dream, it was a dream that changed them. And maybe that's enough. So here you are, alive, breathing, listening. You haven't crossed the threshold, but you've stood near it in imagination, in wonder. And in doing so, you've touched a truth that lies deeper than science or story, that you are more than a body, more than a name, more than a string of thoughts. You are an awareness that experiences, and whether that awareness ends or expands, it is beautiful. You are beautiful. Because even in the face of the great unknown, you wonder, you listen, you hope. But what if that awareness, this thing we call consciousness, has always been more than brain and body? What if ancient thinkers were right that somewhere within us, or around us, lies something eternal, non-material, essential, a soul? In the next segment, we'll explore the age-old idea of the soul, not just as metaphor or religion, but as a possible explanation for consciousness itself. Settle in. We're about to enter the oldest question of all. Segment 14. The concept of a soul, ancient and modern views. Close your eyes if they aren't already. Let your thoughts settle like snow in still water. Now listen not with your ears, but with something quieter, deeper. There is a question, so old, so soft, so persistent. It almost hides beneath every other question. What am I not? What do I have? Or what do I do? But what am I? Am I my name, my body, my memories, my choices, my voice, or am I something else entirely? Something invisible, untouchable, unmeasurable. Something that watches all these things but is not defined by them. This is the beginning of one of the oldest, most enduring ideas in human history, the soul. Tonight we open that idea slowly, gently, like unfolding paper, not to prove or disprove it, but to sit with it, to listen, to remember how long humans have believed that within each of us is something that doesn't break, doesn't age, doesn't die, something essential. The word soul comes from Old English sawol, which means spiritual and emotional part of a person. But long before English, before alphabets, before recorded history, humans spoke of the soul. They painted it in caves. They danced it around fires. They mourned it in silence when someone died. Because from the beginning, people have sensed that there is a difference between the body that moves and the spark that animates it, that there is something inside the eyes that disappears at death, something that cannot be weighed or touched, but is felt. And across continents and centuries, that something has been called many names: Atman in Hinduism, the eternal self; Psyche in ancient Greece, the breath of life; Nephesh in Hebrew, the life force or living being; Ba and Ka in ancient Egypt, two aspects of the soul, one tied to personality, one to divine essence; Kiprana Chai, the flowing energy that sustains life. The ideas differ, but the feeling is the same. There is more to us than flesh, more than thought, more than language. There is something else. Let's explore a few of the major views not as dogma, but as windows. Plato. In ancient Greece, Plato believed that the soul pre-exists the body and lives on after death. He called it the true self, immortal, unchanging, and destined for a higher realm of forms. Aristotle. His student. Aristotle saw the soul as the form of the body, not something separate, but the essential pattern that gives life meaning and structure. When the body dies, the soul no longer functions, like the shape of a harp ceasing when the harp is broken. Descartes' centuries later, René Descartes famously said, "I think, therefore I am." He believed in a strict separation between mind and body dualism. The body was machine. The soul was thought independent, immaterial, real. Modern materialists, many modern scientists, reject the soul entirely. To them, consciousness is the result of neurons. The mind is what the brain does. There is no ghost in the machine, no spirit behind the eyes. But even here, something stirs. Because despite centuries of science, no one has explained how matter becomes experience. And that mystery, the very existence of inner life, keeps the door to the soul slightly open. Can science study the soul? Not directly. You can't weigh it. You can't see it under a microscope. You can't detect it with a brain scan. But what if the soul is not an object, but a process? Some thinkers suggest that what we call soul may be another way of speaking about subjective continuity, the feeling of being you moment after moment. Moral agency, the part of you that chooses right from wrong. The witness, the silent observer behind your thoughts. Others suggest that the soul is a metaphor, not a thing, but a pointer to the mystery of consciousness. A way of honoring the depth of experience, the sacredness of personhood, the strange, persistent sense that you are more than your brain. Still others wonder if consciousness is not created by the brain. Might it be something that exists before or beyond the brain? And if so, is that what we've been calling the soul all along? Here's an eerie and beautiful question. If you lost all your memories, would you still be you? Some would say no, that memory is identity. But others say yes, that even without names or dates or faces, there is still a presence inside, a quality of being. We see this in dementia patients, in infants, in deep meditation, in those with brain injury or amnesia. Even without a story, something remains, a spark, a tone, a vibration. That's something many have called the soul. In Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and other Eastern traditions, the soul does not die with the body. It returns, over and over, shaped by karma, memory, and intention, until it reaches liberation. Western stories echo this too. From tales of past lives to children who recall details of deaths they never witnessed. There are endless accounts, hard to prove, impossible to ignore, of soul memory lingering across lifetimes. Skeptics dismiss these as fantasy. Others see them as clues. If even one of them is true, then maybe the soul is not bound by time. Maybe you've lived before. Maybe you'll live again. And maybe, just maybe, you are more ancient than you think. Let's step away from theory now. Let's speak softly, personally. Have you ever looked at someone you love and felt something you couldn't name? A warmth, a resonance, a feeling of home? Have you ever stood in nature beneath stars or trees or waves and felt small but held? Have you ever heard music that made you cry? Without knowing why, that's the soul, some say. Not a thing, not a doctrine, but a feeling, a presence that feels present. The part of you that recognizes beauty, that aches at injustice, that loves without reason, that forgives even when it hurts. You don't need to believe in a soul, but sometimes you feel it, and that feeling is real. So now, as you rest mind, quiet body, still ask yourself, am I just thoughts, just memories, just a name on paper? Or am I something deeper? Something that watches thoughts rise and fall. Something that feels without needing a reason. Something that was here long before this story began, and will still be here after the last page turns. Maybe you are a soul wrapped in skin, learning through time, trying to remember where you came from. And maybe, just maybe, you already know. But if we are souls, if something of us lasts beyond death, where do we go? Are we recycled, reborn, returned to some cosmic source? Or are we destined for something more structured? A moral reckoning, a divine court, a paradise. In the next segment, we'll explore the human longing for heaven, not just as a place, but as an idea. A realm beyond suffering. A home beyond time. Let your breath settle. We're going somewhere beautiful next. Segment 15. The idea of heaven, a world beyond the world. Close your eyes now if they're not already. Let your breath deepen slow and steady. Let your body grow heavy and your thoughts grow light. Now picture this: you are walking through a field. It is the most peaceful place you've ever known, and yet you've never been here before. The grass moves like music in the wind. The sky is wide, impossibly blue. There is warmth on your skin, but no sun in the sky. There is no hunger, no ache, no fear. You feel full, complete, safe. You sense that everyone you have ever loved is near. Maybe not in sight, but felt like warmth behind a closed door. This place is not a dream. It is more real than the waking world, more vivid, more true. Some would call this vision heaven. And tonight, we drift quietly into that idea, not as believers, not as skeptics, but as humans, as dreamers, as minds wondering what might lie beyond the edge of breath. What is heaven? A place, a metaphor, a memory of somewhere we once were? Or is it a space that consciousness somehow already knows? The idea of heaven or some form of paradise exists in nearly every culture, every religion, every time period. In Christianity, heaven is the eternal home of the soul in the presence of God. In Islam, Jannah is a garden of peace, shade, rivers, and reunion. In Hinduism, there are many heavens, each temporary places of reward before rebirth. In Buddhism, celestial realms exist for those of great merit, though the ultimate goal is to transcend all cycles. In ancient Egypt, the field of reeds awaited the worthy, a mirror of earthly life perfected and eternal. Even in secular cultures, people speak of a better place, a realm of light, reunion, and rest. Why do we reach again and again for the image of a world beyond this one, a place without pain, without decay, without endings? Perhaps because we ache for wholeness, and heaven is the word we give to the dream of never being broken again. But what is heaven really? Is it a location, a realm that exists somewhere above or beyond? Or is it a state, a condition of mind, a vibration of consciousness? Some mystics say that heaven is not a place you go when you die. It is a place you remember, a place you carry. They say that heaven is a frequency one that your soul is always tuned to, but which the noise of life drowns out. When the noise fades at death in deep meditation or moments of grace, you hear the signal again, the signal of peace, of oneness, of return. Maybe heaven is not later. Maybe it's always. Just not here. People who've had near-death experiences often describe their version of heaven. What's striking is how consistent the elements are: a tunnel or passageway, a light not physical but intelligent, loving, a landscape impossibly beautiful, often natural, a feeling of being known completely and loved anyway. The presence of beings guides ancestors or divine figures, the sense of time collapsing. A message: you are not done. You must go back. Even people who don't believe in any religion return with stories that sound similar. No doctrine, no thrones, no gates. Just light. Just peace. Just a memory of home. And they all say the same thing: it was more real than real. So what do we do with that? Dismiss it or wonder? What kind of reality feels truer than this one? From a scientific perspective, experiences of heaven are often explained as the brain's way of easing death. Floods of endorphins, oxygen deprivation, activation of memory centers, dreamlike constructions from stored images. In this view, heaven is a hallucination, a last comfort. But here's a thought. If your brain has the capacity to imagine such beauty, to create such peace, such reunion, such clarity, does that not say something about what your mind longs for? And if something lives so powerfully in our collective imagination, across cultures, across millennia, might it point to something deeper than invention? Maybe we're not imagining heaven. Maybe we're remembering it. At its core, heaven is about completion. No more struggle. No more separation. No more time slipping through our fingers. It's about being whole, being seen, being safe. It's the antidote to grief, to uncertainty, to the unbearable knowledge that we will lose everything we love. Heaven is the story we tell to heal the story of endings. But perhaps it's also more than that. Perhaps heaven is what happens when the illusion of separateness ends. When we remember that we are not our bodies, not our fears, not our failures, but awareness itself. And awareness does not die. We paint heaven in golden light. We write songs about it, choruses of longing and promise. We see it in films, in literature, and lullabies sung to children, even in jokes, even in cartoons. Because deep down, heaven is hope made visible. It's how we make peace with loss, how we soften the fear of dying, how we honor love that never had a proper goodbye. And whether or not it exists as a place, it exists in us. Every time we choose kindness, every time we forgive, every time we let go of fear even for a moment, we bring heaven closer. So now, as you lie here, quiet breathing, fading softly towards sleep, know this: some part of you remembers heaven, not the one in pictures, but the feeling, the stillness, the light. You carry it in the space between thoughts, in the warmth behind your ribcage, in the voice that says, I am safe even when the world is not. And maybe when the day comes far from now, when you take your final breath, you won't be afraid, because you'll recognize what comes next. You'll say, oh, I remember this, and you'll go home. But if heaven is the dream of eternal peace, what about its shadow? What about the ancient fear of punishment, of regret, made permanent, of a place where suffering never ends? In the next segment, we'll explore the other side of the afterlife. Hell not just as fire and myth, but as metaphor, memory, and the spaces we build inside our own minds. Let your breath stay soft. We're about to walk carefully through the darker places of consciousness. Segment 15. The idea of heaven. A world beyond the world. Close your eyes now if they're not already. Let your breath deepen slow and steady. Let your body grow heavy and your thoughts grow light. Now picture this. You are walking through a field. It is the most peaceful place you've ever known, and yet you've never been here before. The grass moves like music in the wind. The sky is wide, impossibly blue. There is warmth on your skin, but no sun in the sky. There is no hunger, no ache, no fear. You feel full, complete, safe. You sense that everyone you have ever loved is near. Maybe not in sight, but felt like warmth behind a closed door. This place is not a dream. It is more real than the waking world, more vivid, more true. Some would call this vision heaven. And tonight, we drift quietly into that idea, not as believers, not as skeptics, but as humans, as dreamers, as minds wondering what might lie beyond the edge of breath. What is heaven a place? A metaphor, a memory of somewhere we once were? Or is it a space that consciousness somehow already knows? The idea of heaven or some form of paradise exists in nearly every culture, every religion, every time period. In Christianity, heaven is the eternal home of the soul in the presence of God. In Islam, Jannah is a garden of peace, shade, rivers, and reunion. In Hinduism, there are many heavens, each temporary places of reward before rebirth. In Buddhism, celestial realms exist for those of great merit, though the ultimate goal is to transcend all cycles. In ancient Egypt, the field of reeds awaited the worthy emir of earthly life, perfected and eternal. Even in secular cultures, people speak of a better place, a realm of light, reunion, and rest. Why do we reach again and again for the image of a world beyond this one? A place without pain, without decay, without endings. Perhaps because we ache for wholeness, and heaven is the word we give to the dream of never being broken again. But what is heaven really? Is it a location, a realm that exists somewhere above or beyond? Or is it a state, a condition of mind, a vibration of consciousness? Some mystics say that heaven is not a place you go when you die. It is a place you remember, a place you carry. They say that heaven is a frequency one that your soul is always tuned to, but which the noise of life drowns out. When the noise fades at death in deep meditation or moments of grace, you hear the signal again. The signal of peace, of oneness, of return. Maybe heaven is not later. Maybe it's always just not here. People who've had near-death experiences often describe their version of heaven. What's striking is how consistent the elements are, a tunnel or passageway, a light not physical but intelligent, loving, a landscape impossibly beautiful, often natural, a feeling of being known completely and loved anyway. The presence of beings guides ancestors or divine figures. The sense of time collapsing. A message: you are not done. You must go back. Even people who don't believe in any religion return with stories that sound similar. No doctrine, no thrones, no gates, just light, just peace, just a memory of home. And they all say the same thing: it was more real than real. So what do we do with that? Dismiss it or wonder? What kind of reality feels truer than this one? From a scientific perspective, experiences of heaven are often explained as the brain's way of easing death. Floods of endorphins, oxygen deprivation, activation of memory centers, dreamlike constructions from stored images. In this view, heaven is a hallucination, a last comfort. But here's a thought. If your brain has the capacity to imagine such beauty, to create such peace, such reunion, such clarity, does that not say something about what your mind longs for? And if something lives so powerfully in our collective imagination, across cultures, across millennia, might it point to something deeper than invention? Maybe we're not imagining heaven. Maybe we're remembering it. At its core, heaven is about completion. No more struggle, no more separation, no more time slipping through our fingers. It's about being whole, being seen, being safe. It's the antidote to grief, to uncertainty, to the unbearable knowledge that we will lose everything we love. Heaven is the story we tell to heal the story of endings. But perhaps it's also more than that. Perhaps heaven is what happens when the illusion of separateness ends. When we remember that we are not our bodies, not our fears, not our failures, but awareness itself, and awareness does not die. We paint heaven in golden light. We write songs about it, choruses of longing and promise. We see it in films, in literature, in lullabies sung to children, even in jokes, even in cartoons. Because deep down, heaven is hope made visible. It's how we make peace with loss, how we soften the fear of dying, how we honor love that never had a proper goodbye. And whether or not it exists as a place, it exists in us. Every time we choose kindness, every time we forgive, every time we let go of fear, even for a moment, we bring heaven closer. So now, as you lie here, quiet, breathing, fading softly towards sleep, know this. Some part of you remembers heaven, not the one in pictures, but the feeling, the stillness, the light. You carry it in the space between thoughts, in the warmth behind your ribcage, in the voice that says, I am safe, even when the world is not. And maybe when the day comes, far from now, when you take your final breath, you won't be afraid, because you'll recognize what comes next. You'll say, oh, I remember this, and you'll go home. But if heaven is the dream of eternal peace, what about its shadow? What about the ancient fear of punishment, of regret, made permanent, of a place where suffering never ends? In the next segment, we'll explore the other side of the afterlife. Hell not just as fire and myth, but as metaphor, memory, and the spaces we build inside our own minds. Let your breath stay soft. We're about to walk carefully through the darker places of consciousness. Segment 16. The concept of hell, punishment, metaphor, or mind. Let the breath stay slow, and the thoughts even slower. You've just drifted through heaven, a place of rest, of reunion, of return. Now imagine its opposite, a space not of peace, but of separation, not of love, but of isolation, not of light, but of heat, or silence, or something worse. You don't have to picture fire. It might be a locked room, or an endless loop, or simply the echo of your own voice with no one to hear it. This is hell. And in this segment, we walk carefully, not to frighten, not to judge, but to understand. What is hell? Is it a real place waiting after death? Or is it a condition, something we carry, something we create, something we live, long before we die? Maybe hell isn't beneath us. Maybe it's within us, and maybe it always has been. The word hell comes from Old English hell, meaning nether world or place of the dead. But versions of it stretch across cultures. In Christianity, hell is eternal separation from God, often imagined as a lake of fire. In Islam, Jahannam is a realm of burning regret and moral reckoning. In Hinduism and Buddhism, Naraka is a realm of punishment, temporary but agonizing. In Greek mythology, Tartarus lies beneath the underworld, where the wicked are held in torment. In Zoroastrianism, hell is the place souls must pass through and be cleansed before reaching the light. The symbols vary: fire, darkness, ice, judgment. But the core feeling remains. Hell is exile. Exile from meaning, exile from connection, exile from love. Whether literal or symbolic, hell has always been the shadow beneath the soul's journey. The question is, where does that shadow come from, and can we escape it? In its most traditional form, hell is a place of punishment. You break the rules, you suffer the consequences. Forever. This view has long been tied to religious systems that emphasize justice, morality, and divine order. In this frame, hell exists to enforce cosmic fairness, deter wrongdoing, honor the moral seriousness of life. To some, this is comforting. A place where the wicked answer for their actions, where cruelty is not ignored, where pain is not without response. But to others, this idea raises painful questions. If God is love, why would love create eternal torment if humans are fallible? Why is the sentence infinite if suffering is meant to correct what is corrected by endless pain? For these reasons, many thinkers, even within religious traditions, have reimagined hell, not as punishment, but as process. Let's try a gentler lens. What if hell is not a location, but a state of consciousness? A story the soul tells when it believes it is beyond redemption. In this view, hell is isolation, shame, despair, not inflicted from the outside, but emerging from within. It's what happens when we forget we are worthy, when we believe the worst things we've done are the whole of who we are. Think of guilt that never ends, of grief without comfort, of bitterness that poisons every memory. These are hell's private, invisible, and very real. And yet, they are also temporary. They can shift, heal, release. So maybe hell is not where we go when we die, but where we go when we lose ourselves. Let's bring this closer. Ask yourself, have you ever replayed a mistake over and over, unable to let it go? Felt abandoned even when others were near? Suffered shame so deep it silenced you? Been trapped in patterns you knew were hurting you but couldn't stop? That too is a kind of hell. Not imposed, not mythic, but neurological, emotional, real. The human mind can construct worlds. It can also construct prisons, anxiety, depression, trauma, addiction. Each can create internal landscapes of torment, loops of fear, regret, and isolation. And the worst part, you believe you're alone there, but you're not. Millions walk through those same halls. Many find exits. Some build doors for others. This kind of hell is not eternal, but it feels that way. Until something therapy, love, grace, time breaks the pattern and light gets in. Still, there's another dimension to consider. Many people find the idea of hell necessary. not because they want revenge, but because they want justice. In a world where cruelty often goes unpunished, where good people suffer and evil ones thrive, hell becomes a way of saying it's not over. The story is not done. There will be balance. Even those who don't believe in flames or demons still long for moral weight. They want to believe that our choices matter, that our actions echo, that harm is not forgotten. In this sense, hell is not about vengeance. It's about meaning, a way of believing that suffering has consequence, and that consequence somehow restores order. Whether that happens in this life or after. Throughout history, artists have imagined hell in vivid ways. Dante's Inferno described 9 circles, each tailored to a particular sin. Bosch painted surreal, nightmarish visions of torment and chaos. Movies, books, and myths reimagine hell as frozen tundra, bureaucratic mazes, or surreal loops of the soul's own making. But sometimes, the most chilling depictions come not from religion or story, but from dreams. Nightmares of falling, of being chased, of crying for help that never comes. These are deeply personal hells shaped by our fears, regrets, and inner wounds. And they remind us hell doesn't need flames. It only needs fear, and a mind that believes it is unworthy of love. So now, as you rest quiet, breathing held, know this, whatever darkness you carry, whatever guilt, grief, fear, it is not who you are. It may visit, it may linger, but it is not eternal. Not unless you believe it must be. You are not a prisoner. You are not your worst moment. You are not beyond healing. And even if you've wandered deep into the dark, there is a path back, always, and you are never walking it alone. But what if the soul doesn't simply rest in heaven, or suffer in hell? What if, like everything else in nature, it returns, recycles, remembers, repeats? In the next segment, we'll explore the idea of reincarnation, the soul's journey across lifetimes, identities, and stories. Let your breath deepen. We're about to trace the path of the spirit, as it learns, forgets, and begins again. Segment 17, Reincarnation, the soul's journey through time. Let your breath deepen. Let your thoughts loosen like ropes slipping from an anchor. Now, imagine waking up in a body that isn't yours. Your hands are smaller. The language you speak is different. The faces around you are unfamiliar. And yet something feels oddly known. You are drawn to music you've never heard. You speak words you never learned. You dream of places you've never seen. And in your quietest moments, you wonder, have I been here before? Welcome to the mystery of reincarnation, the idea that the soul does not die but returns, again and again, in different bodies, different eras, different stories. And in this segment, we'll drift gently into that idea, not to believe or disbelieve, but to imagine that maybe you are not a one-time visitor in this world. Maybe you are a traveler, and maybe you've been traveling longer than you think. The word reincarnation comes from Latin re, again, plus caro, flesh, to enter the flesh again. But long before it was named, it was believed. In India, the idea of rebirth is central to Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism. In ancient Greece, philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato spoke of souls returning through many lifetimes. In indigenous cultures, rebirth appears in stories, rituals, and ancestral memory. Even in modern times, people around the world, regardless of religion, report feelings of having lived before. The beliefs differ, Some say we reincarnate to learn. Some say it's karmic, a balancing of deeds. Some say it's a cycle to be escaped. Some say it's a gift, a way for the soul to taste every flavor of existence. But the core idea is the same. You are not your current life. You are the story moving through it. To understand reincarnation, we must touch on karma, often misunderstood. Karma is not punishment. It's not revenge. It's not fate. It is cause and effect. A seed planted in one life may blossom in another. Kindness creates ease. Cruelty creates suffering. Not because someone is watching, but because energy continues. Karma is the echo. Reincarnation is the stage. Together they form the soul's curriculum, a slow unfolding of lessons, choices, and consequences that stretch beyond one lifetime. Imagine life not as a test, but as a classroom, and each life a different subject. Sometimes you're the teacher, sometimes the student, sometimes the lesson itself. Even in modern times, there are thousands of reports of children remembering past lives, often between ages 3 and 7, before culture, before doctrine. They speak of towns they've never visited, describe homes, family members, even deaths with uncanny accuracy. In some cases, these details are verified. A child in Sri Lanka recalls a life as a tea seller in a nearby village. A boy in India names the man who murdered him in a previous life, leading to a real court case. A girl in the US draws a map of a town she's never seen, then correctly identifies old landmarks that no longer exist. Skeptics call these coincidences, or influences from media, or overactive imagination. But others say, what if memory lingers not in the brain, but in the soul? And in moments of openness, it returns, like a scent, like a dream, like a whisper. But how would reincarnation work? No one knows for sure. But thinkers across centuries have offered images, the river model. Life is a river. Your soul is a drop. It merges, separates, flows, forward, forms new drops. The actor model. The soul is an actor. Each life is a role with new costumes, new lines, new scenes. But the actor remains. The flame model. A candle lights another. The flame continues, not identical, not separate. A continuity of energy. In all these, there's a sense of motion without permanence. The soul is not fixed. It changes shape, learns, forgets, learns again. And maybe in the spaces between lives it rests. Some say in realms of light. Some say in silence. Some say it chooses its next life, based on what it still needs to feel. So why would a soul return? Here are a few possibilities: to learn compassion by suffering and by healing others. To explore polarity, to live as rich and poor, strong and weak, victim and oppressor. To finish a story, to reunite with souls it has met before. To dissolve karma and eventually escape the wheel altogether. Some believe reincarnation ends when the soul becomes fully awake, no longer attached to identity or desire. Others believe the cycle is voluntary, that souls choose to return to help others awaken. This leads to another idea, that the people you love in this life, you've met them before, in other forms, in other places, in other centuries. And maybe you will again. Soul families, reunions beyond time, love that transcends forgetting. Even if you don't remember, your heart often does. Of course, not everyone believes in reincarnation. Some see it as wishful thinking, a way to avoid the fear of death. Others point to lack of hard evidence or inconsistencies across cultures. Some argue that consciousness is tied to the brain, and when the brain ends, so does the story. But even skeptics are sometimes struck by the persistence of the idea, its presence across continents, its emotional resonance, its ability to explain the unexplainable deep fears that don't match our life story, skills we never learned, attractions we can't explain, lessons we feel we've lived before. And even if reincarnation isn't real in a literal sense, it may still be real emotionally. A metaphor for the many selves we become, the many times we begin again. So now as you rest floating somewhere between waking and sleep, ask yourself, have I been here before in a dream, in a story, in a body not quite mine? Does this sorrow feel older than this life? Does this joy feel familiar? You don't need answers, only curiosity, only stillness. Maybe you are not just one person. Maybe you are 100 stories bound together by a single thread, the thread of awareness, the thread of becoming, the thread of return. And in that thread, there is meaning, and in that meaning, there is peace. But if the soul returns and lives again and again, how do we know which of our choices are truly ours? Are we puppets of fate or authors of our own path? In the next segment, we'll explore the mysterious dance between destiny and freedom. Fate versus free will, are our lives already written? Let your breath carry you. We're about to meet the thread that pulls us, and the hand that sometimes cuts it. Segment 18, Fate versus Free Will, are our lives already written? Take a breath. Let it rise, let it fall. Now imagine this. You are walking through a dense forest. The path before you forks. To the left, a winding road through sunlight and soft earth. To the right, a steep, stony trail into shadow. You stop. You hesitate. You choose the right path. And somewhere in the distance, a branch creaks. A bird takes flight. A life is changed. But here's the question, did you choose? Or was the choice already made by biology, by destiny, by a script you didn't know you were following? This is the ancient, eternal mystery of fate versus free will. Are you the author of your life? Or are you simply reading the lines, believing they're yours? Tonight we step softly into this paradox, not to solve it, but to feel it, to drift between freedom and inevitability, between decision and design. Humans have always asked, are we free, or are we bound by something unseen? Can we change our lives, or are we following a thread spun long before we were born? In myth, fate appears as a force, powerful, mysterious, often cruel. In ancient Greece, the Moirai, or fates, spun, measured, and cut the thread of every life. In Norse mythology, the Norns carved destiny into the roots of the world tree. In Hinduism, karma shapes the conditions of your next life, not as punishment, but as natural result. In modern science, fate often takes the form of determinism, the belief that everything, including your choices, is caused by prior conditions. In contrast, free will is the belief that you are an agent capable of making authentic decisions, changing course, and creating your future. The tension between these ideas runs through philosophy, religion, science, and your own mind. You feel free, but you also feel pulled. So, what's the truth? Let's start with fate. Consider you didn't choose your parents, or your genetics, or your culture, your language, your early childhood experiences. You didn't choose your temperament, your first heartbreak. The timing of that one conversation that changed everything. Every decision you've made was shaped by everything that came before. Your brain, your mood, your hormones, your memories, all ingredients in the soup of choice. And if every effect has a cause, and every cause has a cause. Then isn't everything, including you, part of a vast unbroken chain? This is determinism. It says that free will is an illusion, a story the brain tells after the fact, that you don't choose your thoughts, they arise, like ripples in a pond, like weather in the sky. You are not the wind. You are the leaf being carried. But if fate writes everything, why do you feel like you're choosing? Why does it feel like you paused before you spoke, like you decided to stay instead of leave, like you rewrote the script? This is the mystery of free will. Even if we can't prove it, we live as if it's real. We hold ourselves accountable. We strive. We regret. We forgive. All of these depend on the belief that we could have done otherwise. And even if we are influenced by the past, even if we are shaped by biology, there is still a space, however small, where choice lives. A space where the pattern might break, where the loop might stop, where the path might turn. Maybe free will isn't total control. Maybe it's the capacity to respond to pause, to reflect, to choose how we meet the moment. And maybe that's enough. Many philosophers have tried to reconcile fate and freedom. This middle path is called compatibilism. It says, yes, your choices have causes. Yes, you are shaped by past events, but you are still free. If your actions align with your intentions, your values, your internal story. You are not choosing from a blank slate, but you are choosing within your nature. Like a tree that bends with the wind, but still grows in its own direction. Freedom doesn't mean infinite possibility. It means authentic expression. You are the river. Fate is the shape of the land, but you still decide how to flow. Have you ever felt drawn to something without knowing why? A person, a place, a purpose. Have you ever said, this feels meant to be, even if it defies logic? That's fate too, not as chains, but as pull. As if your soul remembers something your mind does not. Some believe we come into each life with contracts, lessons to learn, wounds to heal, relationships to complete. Some say we choose our parents, our struggles, even the moment of our death, not as punishment, but as part of a curriculum. And within that curriculum, we are free. Free to resist, free to surrender, free to awaken. Fate sets the stage, but you write your lines. Neuroscience complicates the picture. Studies show that brain activity related to a decision can be detected before the person becomes aware of choosing. Some interpret this as proof that free will is an illusion. Others say that awareness is part of the process, just not the first step. In other words, you don't choose in a single moment. You choose across time. Each thought, each habit, each response a note in the song of your becoming. And maybe freedom is not found in isolated choices, but in the long arc of who you're becoming. Like a tree growing toward the light. Slow, subtle, but real. So now as you lie still listening, floating, ask yourself, have I lived this before? Am I walking a path or carving one? Is there a thread pulling me or am I weaving it as I go? Maybe it's not either or. Maybe you are the dancer and fate is the music. You don't control the rhythm, but you choose how you move. And maybe that's the point. Not to escape fate, but to meet it with awareness. To say yes, to say no. To say this is who I am in this moment. And then let the next moment come. But what if that you, the one who chooses, who feels, who grows, is not just one mind? What if every person you meet is you in another form? In the next segment, we'll explore the strange idea that consciousness is not divided, that we are not many minds, but one awareness wearing many masks. We're drifting toward the idea of universal consciousness. Let go. We're about to dissolve the illusion of other. Segment 19. Universal consciousness. Are we all the same mind? Let your breath soften. You've spent this journey exploring your soul, your choices, your possible pasts. Now imagine something stranger. What if all those stories, all those lifetimes, all those faces weren't separate? What if the person sitting beside you, the child in another country, the stranger you passed on the street today, what if they were you, not metaphorically, not symbolically, but truly, different bodies, different thoughts, but one mind, a single awareness flowing through billions of forms, forgetting itself each time, and rediscovering slowly through every face. This is the radical, peaceful, and often unsettling idea of universal consciousness. That there is only one awareness, and it's looking through your eyes right now. And mine. And everyone else's. The idea of universal consciousness appears in many spiritual traditions, often under different names. In Hinduism, it's called Brahman, the unchanging, infinite reality that lies beneath all appearances. The individual self, or Atman, is said to be not separate, but a reflection of Brahman like waves rising from the same ocean. In Buddhism, particularly Zen and Dzogchen traditions, the notion of a separate self is considered an illusion. What remains is pure awareness, empty of identity, yet luminous. In Sufi mysticism, the divine is described not as distant, but as the only true existence, and all beings are expressions of it. In modern times, this idea finds echoes in non-dual philosophy, quantum speculation, and even in the writings of poets and physicists who sense that beneath the multiplicity of the world, there is something singular, something vast, silent, present in everything. Think of a mirror. Place two mirrors facing each other, and you get an infinite reflection, not of many objects, but of the same image repeated, refracted, layered. Now imagine that consciousness is the mirror, and each self, each person is a reflection. The reflections look different. They move. They speak in different languages. They live and die. But the mirror itself, it remains, unchanging, undivided, present in every reflection, but never separate. In this view, you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the ocean pretending to be a drop. Some thinkers in neuroscience and physics have also tiptoed toward this idea. Though science cannot yet measure or define consciousness, some hypotheses suggest that consciousness may not be produced by the brain, but rather accessed or filtered through it, that space-time and separateness may be emergent properties, not fundamental, that at the deepest level entanglement connects everything, suggesting a strange underlying unity. The philosopher Bernardo Kastrup, for instance, proposes that all individual minds are dissociated alters of a single universal consciousness, like multiple personalities within one great mind. And even famed physicist Erwin Schrödinger once wrote, "The overall number of minds is just one." These are not proofs, but they are signs, small ripples in thought that perhaps we've been looking at ourselves all along. Let's return to experience. From birth, we are taught to be individuals. We have names. We draw lines around our bodies. We are rewarded for being unique, original, independent. But think of all the ways you are not separate. You breathe air exhaled by trees. You eat food grown in soil made by dying stars. Your thoughts are shaped by the languages others invented. Your emotions ripple in response to someone else's voice, face, or presence. You are woven into everything. And yet, you feel alone. That loneliness, perhaps, is the great illusion, because beneath the surface of separation, there is only awareness, and awareness is not yours, it's you. And also, not only you. Throughout history, people have described moments where the boundary between self and world dissolves in meditation. In nature, in near-death experiences, in love, in silence. They say I became everything. I felt one with all. There was no me, no other, just being. These are sometimes called non-dual states, and while they are difficult to describe, they often come with a deep peace, a joy that asks for nothing, a certainty that all is one, not as belief, not as theory, but as direct experience. And when they return to ordinary life, they are never quite the same, because they've seen the truth beneath the costume, and the costume no longer fools them. If universal consciousness is real, if we are all one awareness in many forms, what does that mean? It means when you harm another, you harm yourself. When you forgive another, you free yourself. When you see beauty in someone, it's because that beauty lives in you. It means that compassion is not a virtue, it's a fact. There is no them. There is only us. And perhaps only I. Not the personal I, but the timeless, boundless, nameless I am. So as you lie here now, quiet, open, try this. Let go of your name. Let go of your story. Let go of your face. Let go of the idea that you are in this room at this time with this life. And ask what remains. There is still experience. There is still awareness. There is still this moment. And that moment is not happening to you. It is you. You are the stillness that hears the breath, the space behind the thoughts, the canvas on which the dream is painted. And that canvas never tears, because it was never separate. So now as your body softens further, as sleep moves closer, you might feel a subtle shift, a loosening of the boundaries, a warmth that is not yours because it belongs to everyone. You are not lost. You are returning to yourself, to the source, to the one mind dreaming a billion dreams, and slowly waking up in each. But if we are one consciousness, then why do we forget? Why do we fall into illusion, ego pain? Why is remembering so rare? In the next segment, we'll explore the idea of spiritual amnesia, the theory that forgetting who we are may actually be part of the design. Take one more breath. We're about to wonder why the soul chooses to forget and what happens when it begins to remember. Segment 20. Spiritual amnesia. Why do we forget who we are? Close your eyes now, if they're not already closed. Let your thoughts soften like leaves on water. You've come far. You've traveled through paradoxes and philosophies, through dreams and deaths, through atoms and afterlives. And now at the edge of all these mysteries, a final question whispers in the quiet. If I am more than this body, if I've lived before, if I am connected to all beings, then why don't I remember? Why do we arrive as blank slates? Why do we cry at birth knowing nothing? Why do we stumble for years trying to find who we are? When perhaps we've already known this is the mystery of spiritual amnesia. The idea that the soul forgets not by accident, but by design. That forgetting is not a flaw, but the beginning of the story. And in this final segment, we'll drift slowly into that forgetting and gently begin to remember. The idea of spiritual amnesia appears in many traditions, sometimes hidden beneath symbols, sometimes spoken plainly. In Plato's philosophy, the soul once lived in a realm of perfect knowledge, but at birth it forgets. Learning, then, is not discovery, it is remembering. In Hinduism, the soul is eternal, but each life comes with veils maya that conceal its divine nature. In Buddhism, the illusion of self arises from clinging to form, to sensation, to thought, and forgetting the true nature of awareness. Even in modern psychology, we speak of core wounds, deep forgetting of our worth, our connection, our light. And so across time and culture, one theme returns. You are not just lost, you are forgetful, and perhaps you chose to forget. If the soul is eternal, why would it want to forget? Here are a few possibilities. To learn through contrast. You can't know light without darkness. You can't truly value love without first tasting separation. Forgetting creates the conditions for meaningful rediscovery. To experience fully, if you knew you were divine, eternal, and safe, would you take risks? Would you cry in the arms of another? Would you write poetry? Forgetting allows immersion. It lets you believe the story, so you can feel it completely. To grow the soul does not grow by remembering what it already knows. It grows by walking blind and still choosing to love, by falling and choosing to rise. To play. In some spiritual traditions, life is described as lila divine play. The soul plays hide and seek with itself, creating form, forgetting form, and then laughing when it remembers. Like a dreamer waking up and saying, "Oh, I forgot I was dreaming," and smiling. So how do we forget? Perhaps through the biology of birth, through language, through education, identity, culture. The moment a child hears you and not you, the split begins. And the more we define ourselves by names, roles, histories, the more distant the original awareness becomes. It's not that we lose the soul, it's that we overlay it, layer by layer. Until one day we look in the mirror and forget what's behind the eyes. But here's the secret: the soul never forgets. Only the mind does. The deeper part of you, the still witness behind thought, is always awake, watching, waiting, ready to be remembered. Even in lives of forgetting, moments of remembrance arrive. A dream that feels more real than waking. A moment in nature where time disappears. An act of kindness that opens something ancient in you. A feeling that you've been here before. A stranger whose face makes you ache. These are not accidents. They are windows. Moments when the veil thins and the soul leans forward, whispering, "There you are." You can't force them, but you can create space. Through silence, through stillness, through surrender. The soul speaks quietly. You must quiet to hear it. Some ask, if I had past lives, why don't I remember them clearly? But maybe memory is not about details. Maybe it's about texture. A musician who picks up an instrument and feels instantly at home. A child who comforts others as if born knowing sorrow. A poet who writes of stars with a voice older than their years. These are soul memories, not of dates or names, but of essence, of pattern, of energy. You remember not with the brain, but with the being. You feel it in your bones, in your breath, in the quiet knowing that something is familiar even if you've never been there before. Spiritual awakening is not about gaining something new. It's about remembering something old. It's the moment you realize, I am not this pain. I am not this story. I am the one who watches. I am the space it all happens in. And that recognition doesn't always come with fireworks. Sometimes it's a sigh, a soft smile, a quiet release. Sometimes it's grief. For all the time spent believing you were less than what you are. And sometimes it's joy. Like finding a forgotten photograph. Like hearing your name after a long silence. You remember. And in that remembering, you return. So now, as we come to the end of this journey, let me say something you already know, but may have forgotten. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are remembering exactly when you're meant to. Your soul is not in the sky. It's not in a temple. It's not in a book. It's here, in your breath, in your gaze, in the space between your thoughts. And as you fall asleep tonight, let yourself drift not into forgetting, but into remembering. Remember that you are light, that you are loved, that you are never, ever alone. You've reached the end of the story, but not the end of the mystery. Some questions will never be answered. Some doors will never fully open, and that's okay. Because sometimes, the most beautiful thing about consciousness is that it forgets, so it can remember again. Sleep now, and let yourself remember, in dreams, in silence, in stillness, where the soul waits smiling. Segment 21. Déjà vu glitches in the matrix of mind. Let your breath ease out slowly, as if you're releasing something older than this day. Now imagine you're standing in a place you've never been. A cafe in a strange city, a hallway in a hotel, a conversation with someone new, and suddenly a soft jolt, a pause in the flow of time. I've been here before, but you haven't. At least not in this life, not in this body, not in any way you can explain. Your mind scrambles to place it. Your chest tightens with familiarity. You feel it in your bones, but your brain offers no proof. This is déjà vu, the eerie, fleeting experience of reliving something for the very first time. And in this segment, we'll step softly into that sensation. To ask, is déjà vu just a trick of memory? Or is it something deeper? A glitch in the matrix of mind, a whisper from another version of you. Déjà vu is French for already seen. It's one of the most common, unexplained phenomena reported by over 2/3 of the population. It usually lasts a few seconds. It's often mundane, but it leaves a lasting impression. And it raises questions that ripple far beyond the moment. Is time linear? Can the brain misfire in a way that feels profoundly true? Are there layers of memory we don't consciously access? Is the self operating on more than one track at once? Déjà vu is a crack in the wall, a flicker in the projection, a brief moment when the curtain lifts and something else peers through. Something that says, you've been here. You just don't remember how. Let's begin with what science has to say. Most mainstream theories explain déjà vu as a neurological hiccup. Here are a few: split perception theory. You see something briefly out of the corner of your eye, for example, but your brain doesn't process it fully. When you see it again, even seconds later, it feels familiar. Because technically it is. Memory misfire. Hypothesis. Your brain mistakenly sends the sensation of the present into long-term memory storage. So you perceive the now as already remembered. Dual processing delay. Your brain receives sensory input through different pathways. If one is delayed slightly, the second feels like a repeat. even though it's actually the first time you're seeing it clearly. These explanations suggest déjà vu is a bug, a timing issue, an error in the system. And perhaps that's all it is. But perhaps not. Because the experience itself feels meaningful. It feels like something is trying to be noticed. Let's pause the analysis. Let's return to the feeling. Déjà vu is not just visual. It's not just I saw this before. It's total. You feel like the conversation has already happened. The person already spoke that sentence. The smell in the air is familiar. Even the emotional tone, the exact vibe feels rehearsed. It's not passive familiarity. It's active remembrance, and often it's tinged with a strange kind of awe, a breathlessness, as if something timeless has brushed your cheek and slipped away. That moment, that crack in the veil may be brief, but it lingers. Some researchers and dreamers propose that déjà vu may be related to dreams, that perhaps you dreamed of that moment long ago. And now waking life has caught up. This theory blurs the line between memory and premonition, between imagination and fate. Have you ever dreamed of a place that didn't exist, only to walk into it years later, a staircase, a smell, a voice in a room you've never seen, and suddenly it's there? If the subconscious mind is not bound by time, if dreams can mirror potential futures, then déjà vu may be the soul's memory peeking out from behind the mind's curtain. Now let's wander further. What if there are other versions of you in other timelines, other choices, other forks in the road? And sometimes those versions get close enough that you feel them for a second. A shimmer, a crossfade between tracks, a place your other self has already walked through bleeding into this moment. This is the multiverse theory of déjà vu. And while it remains speculative, quantum physics doesn't rule it out. In a universe of infinite outcomes where all possibilities coexist, perhaps déjà vu is a brief resonance, like strings vibrating in harmony across dimensions. You remembering something another you already lived. In spiritual frameworks, déjà vu is often seen as a sign, a marker on the path, a reminder that you are exactly where you need to be. Some say it's a checkpoint, a place your soul planned in advance, to nudge you, to say yes, you're aligned. Others believe it's a flash from a past life. You've stood in this temple before. You've touched this stone. You've made this promise. And now, memory returns. Not to confuse you, but to remind you that time is not a line. It's a spiral, a dance, a whisper that says you are more than this moment. But this moment is everything. Déjà vu is also a lesson in attention. It asks you to slow down, to feel the moment, not just pass through it. Because when déjà vu strikes, you're pulled out of autopilot. Suddenly you're here, fully. You notice the light, the hum of the fridge, the way someone tilts their head. And maybe that's the gift. Not prophecy, not science, but presence. A reminder that the ordinary is never ordinary, and that this moment, this breath is familiar, because it's real. So now, as you lie still, let your thoughts drift like wind through tall grass. Ask yourself, what if this life is déjà vu for your soul? What if every moment is a page you've read before but forgot on purpose? What if this entire journey from first breath to last isn't about discovering anything new, but about remembering something timeless? And what if déjà vu is your soul whisperings? Keep going. You've been here before, and you're right on time. But if we can glimpse the past, or futures, or parallel lives. Then what happens when the brain itself begins to fail? When memory fades, identity crumbles, and the self slips through our fingers. In the next segment, we'll explore the haunting, tender mystery of Alzheimer's and identity loss. A journey into what remains when memory doesn't. Take a breath. We're about to ask if you forget everything. Are you still you? Segment 22. Memory loss and the fragility of self. Take a breath. Let it drift in like a quiet tide. Let it drift out like a name you once knew. Now picture this. You are sitting across from someone you love. Their hands look the same. Their voice still holds that familiar tone. But their eyes, they no longer know your name. They smile politely. They ask if you've met before. You show them photographs of weddings, of birthdays, of sunlit afternoons. They look, they nod, but they do not remember. This is what memory loss does. It does not come like thunder. It comes like mist. It blurs the edges. It unnames the world. And in this segment, we drift into one of the most fragile and haunting corners of consciousness. What happens when memory disappears? And if we lose our memories, do we lose ourselves? We tend to believe that who we are is built from what we remember. Your name, your family, your favorite song, the scar on your knee, the shape of a hand you once held. Memory is the thread that stitches the self together. It gives your story coherence. It gives time meaning. It turns a collection of moments into a life. So when memory fades slowly, tragically, it's not just facts that disappear. It's you. Or so we fear. But perhaps what remains is just as important. Perhaps the self is more than its memories. And perhaps forgetting reveals a deeper truth that you are not your story, but the awareness the story passes through. Before we speak of loss, we must understand what memory is. Memory is not a recording, it's a reconstruction. Each time you recall something, your brain rewrites it, filling in gaps, smoothing details, changing tone. Memories are fluid, shaped by emotion, belief, and time. And they're not stored in one place. They're distributed across networks, sensory, emotional, spatial. So memory is not just in your head. It's in your body, in your gestures, in your reactions, in the music you hum without knowing why. When memory begins to falter, as in Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia, these networks begin to break down. But not all at once. Some memories vanish, others remain buried deep, sparked by a song, a scent, a touch. And sometimes, something beautiful happens. The self still shines through. Wordless, present, alive. Alzheimer's disease strips away memory slowly. First short-term events, then names, then timelines. Eventually, even the mirror holds a stranger. And for loved ones, it can feel like watching someone fade while still breathing. But inside that fading, something endures. Many caregivers report moments of clarity where the person seems to return. A sudden smile, a shared memory, a single word full of recognition. Others report something subtler, that even when all memory is gone, the person's essence remains. The way they hum when nervous, the way they tilt their head in curiosity, the way they hold a cup with both hands. These aren't memories. They're patterns of being, soul signatures, and they hint at a profound truth. The self is not only what it remembers, it's how it loves, how it moves, how it is. Some spiritual traditions see memory loss not as loss, but as a kind of return to presence, to simplicity, to being. The Zen teacher Shunryu Suzuki once said, "In the beginner's mind, there are many possibilities. In the expert's mind, there are few. When memory dissolves, the world becomes unfamiliar again. Each face is new, each flower a miracle, each moment unshaped by expectation. There is suffering, yes, confusion, but there is also purity. Some believe that as memory fades, the soul becomes lighter, less burdened by regret, more open to the now. It's not always peaceful, but it's not always tragic. Sometimes it's a slow unlearning of ego, a dissolving into presence. But this brings a difficult question. If someone no longer remembers who they are they still the same person? Do they still have rights, dignity, selfhood? The answer, from science, from ethics, from love, is yes. Because identity is not just cognitive, it is relational. It lives in the way we are held, the way we are spoken to, the way others see us, even when we forget ourselves. To hold someone with memory loss is to say, I will remember for you. I will carry your name. I will love you not because you remember me, but because I remember you. And in that remembering, the person remains, not just in memory, but in presence, in connection, in love. Let's return to consciousness itself. If memory is the thread, what is the fabric it's sewn into? What remains when the story vanishes? There is still awareness of touch, sensitivity to music, emotional resonance with certain voices, quiet joy in sunlit rooms. These are not memories. They are direct experiences. And direct experience may be closer to the true self than any remembered narrative. You are not just what happened to you. You are what is happening right now, even without context, even without story. You are the space that holds experience, not the experience itself. So now, as you lie still, ask yourself gently, if I lost all my memories, would I still be me? Would the breath still rise? Would the heart still know love? Would the eyes still soften at beauty? The answer perhaps is yes. Because before memory, there is being. Before language, there is presence. Before the mind, there is awareness. And even when all else fades, that awareness remains. Silent, steady, still home. But what if memory isn't just stored in the brain? What if it lives elsewhere? In the body, in the environment, in the very fabric of the universe. In the next segment, we'll explore the provocative idea of morphic resonance, that memory and form echo through time and shape what comes next. Let your breath carry you. We're about to drift into a field of collective memory, where even nature remembers. Segment 23, Morphic Resonance. Do fields of memory shape reality? Let your breath settle as if the air around you remembers something. Now imagine this. A bird builds a nest, perfectly shaped, intricately layered. No blueprint, no teacher, just instinct. A spider spins a web. A baby kangaroo crawls into its mother's pouch. A salmon swims upstream to a river it has never seen. How do animals know what to do without learning it? And now ask this, what if your habits, your thoughts, even your dreams are not entirely yours? What if there are invisible fields, not magnetic, not gravitational, but informational fields that remember? Not in the way brains remember, but in the way patterns echo. This is the theory of morphic resonance proposed by biologist Rupert Sheldrake. And in this segment, we'll drift into its strange, beautiful implications that memory may live outside the mind, and that form may be shaped by the past not just within us, but all around us. Rupert Sheldrake, a Cambridge-trained biochemist, introduced morphic resonance in the 1980s. His idea was radical and remains controversial. He proposed that forms, behaviors, and even thoughts are influenced by fields of memory created by similar forms in the past. In other words, when a crystal forms, it does so more easily if that type of crystal has formed before. When rats learn a maze in one part of the world, rats in another location learn it faster, as if the memory has entered the field. When one person has a creative breakthrough, others across the globe, unconnected, may have similar ideas. These are not isolated events. They suggest a collective memory, not metaphorical, but biological, energetic, perhaps even spiritual. Not genetic memory, not cultural learning, but something in the fabric of space-time itself. According to Sheldrake, everything that has form, not just in shape but in behavior, is guided by a morphic field. A morphic field is like a pattern template, an invisible structure that influences how things grow, act, or evolve. These fields contain memory, the record of previous similar forms or actions. The more something happens, the easier it becomes for it to happen again. This echoes the old adage, practice makes perfect, but it extends the idea far beyond individuals. It suggests that when one thing learns, the whole system becomes more likely to learn. The habit enters the field, and the field remembers. Think of the implications. When a musician masters a new technique, they may be adding to a field that makes it easier for future musicians to learn the same. When someone heals a deep emotional wound, it may ripple outward, making it easier for others to break similar patterns. When a community holds a ritual, the power of that ritual may intensify over time as the memory of it builds in the field. Even memory itself may be non-local. Perhaps when you recall a loved one's face, you're tuning into a field shaped by every moment you've shared. Perhaps when you walk into a place and feel something, peace, sorrow, stillness, you're sensing the echo of what has happened there before. The past does not disappear. It lingers in shape and space, not as ghost, but as pattern. Sheldrake's theories have drawn both curiosity and criticism. They challenge the assumption that memory and behavior are solely brain-based, and they blur the line between science and metaphysics. Critics argue there is not enough empirical data. The concept of fields is too vague to test. The theory lacks a clear mechanism, but others point to unusual data laboratory animals who learn tasks faster when others have already done them. Sudden shifts in cultural creativity, as if an idea has been seeded into the field. Phenomena like déjà vu, intuition, and collective consciousness. None of this proves morphic resonance, but it does suggest that we may not fully understand where information lives or how it travels, and that consciousness may not be confined to skulls, but woven into the world itself. Interestingly, morphic resonance is not entirely new. Many ancient traditions speak of Akashic records or cosmic memory banks. In Hindu mysticism, Akasha is the subtle ether that holds all thought, feeling, and form. In Jungian psychology, there is the collective, unconscious archetypes and memories shared across humanity. In African spirituality, ancestral memory flows through blood and land. In indigenous cosmologies, places hold spirit not metaphorically, but literally. These are not just poetic ideas. They are intuitions of a world that remembers. And Sheldrake's theory is in some ways a bridge between the ancient and the empirical, between science and the soul. If morphic fields are real, then your mind is not just a generator, it is a receiver, tuning into habits, emotions, thoughts that echo through time. Your inspirations, your moods, your instincts. Some may not be entirely yours. They may be echoes from ancestors, from strangers, from lives not your own. This isn't possession, it's participation. You are plugged in to a much larger system of memory, and in each choice you send a signal back. You're not just shaped by the field, you're shaping it too. So now as you lie still, let yourself wonder, what if your thoughts tonight are adding weight to a field someone else will feel tomorrow? What if your healing will ripple through the lives of people you will never meet? What if memory lives in the sky, in the trees, in the walls of the rooms we inhabit? What if your soul is never alone? Because it is surrounded by every soul who has ever walked this path, you are not just remembering. You are being remembered by the field, by the form, by the universe itself. But if memory can echo through fields, what happens when these echoes distort? What if the same fields that shape us can trap us? In the next segment, we'll explore the eerie and profound idea of karmic loops patterns that repeat across lifetimes, emotions, and generations, until we choose to break them. Take a breath. We're about to meet the cycles we've been spinning in and ask, how do we finally step out? Segment 24, Karmic Loops. Are we stuck in cycles until we wake up? Take a breath. Let it settle like a pebble in a still lake. Now imagine this. You find yourself in a familiar conflict. The same kind of argument, the same kind of heartbreak, the same kind of silence afterward. You know how it ends before it begins. You feel the pattern before it unfolds. And yet, you live it again. A part of you whispers, I've done this before. Not just last week, not just last year, but in another life, another form, another version of this same emotional geometry. This is the texture of what some call a karmic loop, a repetitive pattern in experience, relationship, or reaction that seems to transcend logic or circumstance. And in this segment, we step gently into these loops. To ask, are we trapped in cycles we cannot see? And if so, how do we wake up? The idea of karma is often misunderstood. It's not punishment. It's not instant retribution. It's not cosmic revenge. Karma in its oldest sense means action. Every thought, every word, every gesture, an action. And every action leaves an impression, a tendency, a groove, a resonance, like a footprint in wet sand, like a path in tall grass that becomes easier to walk each time. Karma is momentum. And a karmic loop is when that momentum turns circular, when you live the same emotion, make the same mistake, choose the same path over and over. Even if the people change, even if the setting changes, the energy remains the same until you see it, until you shift. You might recognize karmic loops in everyday life. A woman who always finds herself in relationships with emotionally unavailable partners. A man who changes jobs repeatedly, only to recreate the same feeling of betrayal. A person who constantly fears abandonment and acts in ways that push others away. A family where anger, shame, or silence echoes through generations. These loops don't mean you're cursed. They don't mean you're broken. They simply mean there's a lesson that hasn't yet been fully learned. A pattern still playing itself out. like a song stuck on repeat, until the listener hears it differently. How do these loops persist? Some suggest psychological causes, neural pathways formed by repeated experience, core beliefs internalized from early trauma, subconscious programming shaped by fear, shame, or longing. Others propose metaphysical mechanisms, energetic imprints carried from past lives, soul contracts, pre-birth agreements to face specific challenges, astrological or archetypal patterns that re-emerge over time. Regardless of the model, the experience is the same. You feel like you've been here before, not in a place, but in a state of being. And part of you is tired. Tired of the loop. Tired of the pain. Tired of not knowing how to step off the carousel. But the truth is, recognition is the first step to release. Karmic loops thrive in unconsciousness. They rely on you not noticing. Like a program running in the background, like a script you didn't know you were handed. But the moment you become aware, even for a breath, the loop begins to weaken. Why? Because awareness creates space. Space to pause, to ask questions, to respond differently. It's not about blaming yourself. It's about becoming curious. Why does this always happen to me? What is the common thread? What emotion arises before the loop begins? Who would I be if I didn't act out this pattern? Awareness doesn't end the cycle instantly, but it begins to unweave it, thread by thread, choice by choice. So how do we step out of the loop? Here are some gentle invitations. Observe without judgment. Watch the pattern. Notice the signs. Name the emotion. Compassion is more powerful than guilt. Feel what you've been avoiding. Most loops are anchored in feelings we haven't let ourselves fully experience. Sadness, anger, shame, fear. Feel them safely, slowly, with support. And they begin to dissolve. Choose differently, even slightly. A small shift in response can redirect the entire path. Say no. Pause. Ask for help. Speak honestly. Or simply breathe. Write the pattern down. Make the unconscious conscious. See the shape. Give it language. And it loses power. Seek the deeper lesson. What is this loop trying to teach you? Where does it want you to grow? What would it take to graduate from this particular classroom? You are not here to suffer endlessly. You are here to wake up. Some patterns run deep. They may stretch across lifetimes or generations. Some may never fully disappear, but can soften, shift, become quieter. Think of them as waves. You cannot stop the ocean, but you can learn to surf. You can learn to ride with grace, to meet the moment with wisdom. And even when the old loop whispers again, you don't have to answer. You can bow and choose the open road. Though frustrating, karmic loops are also sacred. They show us where we are still learning, where we still long to be seen, where we still need to forgive others and ourselves. Every time the pattern returns, it gives you another chance to heal, to love differently, to meet the same moment with a new mind. And that is transformation, not by force, but by return. So now, as you lie here, quiet and open, let yourself ask, what patterns keep finding me? What am I ready to see? What if this time, this night, this breath is the beginning of the end of a loop, not through struggle, but through softness, through awareness, through love? You don't need to figure it all out. Just begin to notice, and the loop will begin to loosen. like a knot untying itself at last. But what if the patterns you carry aren't only yours? What if your trauma, your joy, your fears are echoes from those who came before you? In the next segment, we'll explore ancestral memory and epigenetics, how the lives of your ancestors may live on, not just in your genes, but in your thoughts, feelings, and dreams. Breathe in. We're about to listen to the voices that whisper through blood and time. Segment 25. Ancestral Memory and Epigenetics. Do we inherit the consciousness of our ancestors? Take a breath, deeper this time as if you're drawing in something ancient. Now imagine this. You wake from a dream that doesn't feel like yours, a battlefield, a child crying, a song sung in a language your tongue has never spoken, but your heart recognizes it. You walk through life with fears you've never learned, longings you can't explain, and a strange ache for places you've never been. This is the whisper of ancestral memory. The idea that the past does not end when people die. It lives on, in blood, in gesture, in the nervous system. And in this segment, we drift into a question that is part science, part spirit. Can you inherit the consciousness of those who came before you? For most of history, people have believed in some form of ancestral presence. In Africa, Asia, the Americas, and beyond, ancestors are not simply gone. They're with you, in dream, in ritual, in rhythm. They guide, they warn, they live through you. Modern science often ignored this for centuries. But now in the field of epigenetics, we're beginning to glimpse what tradition has long intuited, that experience leaves a mark, and those marks can be inherited. Not just in DNA sequence, but in how genes are expressed. What your ancestors felt might be written into your biology. Your DNA is like a script, but not every line is always read. Some genes are switched on, some are silenced. Epigenetics studies how life experience, trauma, nutrition, stress can shape which genes get expressed and which don't. And these epigenetic changes can be passed on to future generations. This is not science fiction. It's observable. Studies in mice show that fear responses can be inherited. Mice trained to fear a scent pass that fear to their offspring, even if the young have never encountered danger. In humans, studies of Holocaust survivors and their children show measurable epigenetic differences, changes linked to stress regulation and trauma response. Famine survivors in the Netherlands, war survivors in the Middle East, even ancestral patterns of addiction and resilience. Your story may begin before you were born, but ancestral inheritance is not just biological, it's emotional. Have you ever carried grief you couldn't explain, reacted to abandonment with disproportionate fear, felt shame that seemed older than your life? These might not be flaws. They might be echoes. Your grandfather's silence, your great-grandmother's heartbreak, the decisions made out of survival that ripple forward through DNA, habit, and dream. You don't have to know their names. Their wounds may still live in you. Not to punish, not to haunt, but to be healed through you. In many cultures, dreams are where the ancestors speak. In Aboriginal traditions, dream time is the space where past and future converge, a map of sacred memory. In West African cosmology, dreams may bring family messages, warnings, blessings. In Jungian psychology, the collective unconscious includes archetypes and symbols shared across generations. And in everyday life, many report dreams that feel older than themselves, scenes of war they've never read about, faces of people they've never met, music they've never heard, but instantly recognize. Perhaps memory doesn't always need words. Perhaps it travels through image, through rhythm, through body, through the timeless language of the soul. Look at your family tree. What patterns repeat addiction, silence, sacrifice, unfulfilled creativity, forbidden love? These aren't coincidences. They are threads. And the more you become aware of them, the more you realize you are not only healing for yourself, you are healing for them. When you speak what they couldn't, forgive what they couldn't, choose what they didn't, you become the place where the loop ends and something new begins. You are the bridge between memory and freedom. Many traditions use ritual to honor and release ancestral patterns, lighting candles, naming the dead, telling their stories, pouring water onto the earth, singing songs that haven't been sung in 100 years. These acts are not symbolic. They're relational. They say, I see you. I carry your name. And I walk forward with your lessons, not your pain. Even in silence, you can remember. Even in solitude, you can listen. Because remembrance isn't about history. It's about connection. Carrying ancestral memory is a paradox. It can feel heavy. Like grief that doesn't belong to you. Like rage that erupts without clear cause. Like pressure to live for others. But it is also sacred. Because within that memory are gifts. Strengths passed down in silence, dreams deferred but not destroyed, love that outlived names, wisdom woven into your instincts. You are not only the bearer of burden, you are the bearer of blessing. You are the blooming of seeds planted long before your birth. And in your becoming, they are fulfilled. So now as you breathe softly, let yourself ask what lives in me. That did not begin with me. What sorrow, what courage, what song you do not carry these things alone. They are not here to weigh you down. They are here to complete their journey through you. You are the dream of those who came before, and the ancestor of those yet to come. And in this moment, you remember, not with your brain, but with your blood, with your breath, with your being. But if memory can ripple across generations, can it ripple across lives? In the next segment, we'll explore the strange phenomenon of soul recognition. Those uncanny moments when you meet someone for the first time and feel like you've known them forever. Take a slow breath. We're about to meet the souls that travel with us, life after life. Segment 26, Soul Recognition. Why do some people feel uncannily familiar? Let your breath soften. Let your thoughts become like candlelight, flickering warm, barely moving. Now imagine this. You meet someone for the first time. You exchange only a few words, a glance, a laugh. But something inside you shifts. It's not attraction. It's not coincidence. It's something deeper. Stranger. Recognition. Not of the face, not of the facts, but of the essence. Something about this person feels old. Not aged, but ancient. You don't remember where, or when, or who you were. But you know we've done this before. This is the quiet mystery of soul recognition when two people meet for the first time and feel like they've known each other forever. And in this segment, we drift into that unspoken knowing to ask what lives behind the eyes of a stranger. That makes them feel like home. Soul recognition is not bound by time logic or biography. It doesn't require history or language or even agreement. It just happens. And when it does, it can feel eerily familiar. Intensely emotional, profoundly comforting, or unsettling. It might be romantic, or platonic, or fleeting. But always, it feels significant, as if a thread between two souls has been tugged and something ancient has been awakened. Across spiritual traditions, this idea appears again and again: soulmates, twin flames, karmic partners, spiritual contracts, ancestral echoes. Each name is different, but the feeling is the same: that some relationships are not made, they are remembered. How do we explain this sense of instant familiarity? Some propose psychological reasons: mirror neurons that detect resonance, subconscious recognition of shared traits or attachment styles, the brain filling in emotional gaps with stories. But others suggest something deeper: that the soul remembers what the mind cannot, that certain people activate a memory beyond biology, not a memory of facts, but a memory of energy, like walking into a house you've never seen, but knowing where the windows are, knowing how the light will fall, knowing which corner holds silence. It's not logic, it's cellular intuition. And when you feel it, you just know. Not all soul recognition feels the same. Some feel like reunion, others like unfinished business. Here are a few variations. The soulmate. Someone who fits you effortlessly. There is peace, ease, and deep understanding, often without needing to explain. The mirror. Someone who triggers your growth. They reflect your shadows, challenge your patterns, and push your evolution, sometimes painfully. The past life echo. Someone who feels like you've known them in another time. Shared dreams, strange memories, irrational emotions. The brief encounter. A passing soul, a stranger on a train whose presence lingers far beyond the moment. The companion flame. A person whose path seems intertwined with yours across lifetimes. Teacher, lover, sibling, friend. Each recognition serves a purpose. Some are here to stay. Some are here to teach. Some are here to complete a loop. But all are here to remind you of yourself. In many traditions, soul recognition is explained through reincarnation and soul contracts. The idea is simple. Before incarnation, souls choose certain connections to help them grow. These agreements are made in love, even if the relationship in this life feels difficult. When you meet, there's a spark of remembrance, not of form, but of function. You are the one who will teach me patience. You are the one who will break me open. You are the one who will show me what love feels like and what it costs. These connections are not random. They are woven into the story of your becoming. And when they arrive, something deep within you opens. Soul recognition often comes with strong emotion. You might feel safe, shaken, magnetically drawn, irrationally nervous, overwhelmed with grief or joy. This is because recognition opens memory. Not memory of events, but of soul essence. It activates dormant parts of you, parts that were waiting for touch, for mirroring, for completion. Sometimes it heals, sometimes it unravels, but always it transforms. Not all soul recognition is soft. Sometimes it's volatile, because unfinished karma may arise, old wounds may resurface, energies that were once in harmony may now be out of sync. You might feel drawn to someone who can't stay, or pushed towards someone you're not ready for, or haunted by someone whose role has already ended. This is not a failure. This is the cost of remembering. But it's also the beginning of liberation. Because to recognize is also to release, to say, I see you. I remember what we once were, and I honor what we are now. Yes, sometimes you feel it, and they do not, or not yet, or not in the same way. That can be painful, confusing, lonely. But remember, recognition is not ownership, it is remembrance. The point is not to possess, but to awaken. And even if only one soul awakens in this lifetime, that awakening ripples outward, because recognition is like striking a bell. It echoes across hearts, across timelines, across worlds. So now, as your body softens, let yourself ask, who have I met that I have known before? Whose voice felt like music I forgot I loved? Whose presence felt like coming home? And also, who did I recognize and fear? Who did I run from? Because the memory was too deep. There are no right answers, only gentle noticing. And when the next soul steps into your path and something in you stirs, pause and listen. You may be remembering yourself through their eyes. But what if all these recognitions, memories, loops are part of a grand illusion? What if you are not even real in the way you think? In the next segment, we'll explore the ancient and unsettling idea of Maya and the illusion of reality, that the world we see, feel, and cling to is not the truth. Take one final breath. We're about to look behind the curtain and maybe step outside the dream. Segment 27. Maya is reality and illusion. Take a breath. Let it pass through you like a breeze through an open window. Now, look around. The walls, the floor beneath you, your hands, your name. All of it feels solid, stable, real. But what if it's not? What if everything you see, touch, and believe is a projection? What if the world is not the way it is, but the way it appears? What if your life is a dream, and the dreamer has forgotten they are dreaming? This is the ancient, radical, and strangely comforting idea of Maya, a Sanskrit word meaning illusion, appearance, or magic. And in this segment, we drift into its quiet mystery. To ask, is reality real, or is it only a story told by the senses to something far deeper than the mind? In Hindu philosophy, particularly in Advaita Vedanta, Maya refers to the illusory nature of the world. Not that the world doesn't exist, but that it does not exist as we think it does. What we perceive as separate, fixed, and material is actually impermanent, interconnected, and dreamlike. Maya veils the true self, which is not body, mind, or identity, but pure awareness. This idea is echoed across other traditions. In Buddhism, the world is described as emptiness appearing as form. In Plato's allegory of the cave shadows on the wall, are mistaken for reality. In Sufism, the ego and world are veils between the lover and the beloved. In modern physics, even matter is mostly empty space energy vibrating in probability fields. So what is real and what is merely Maya? Think of how you experience the world. Light enters your eyes, but what you see is an image constructed in the brain. Sound waves reach your ears, but hearing is an interpretation. Thoughts arise, but where do they come from? Emotions surge, but often disconnected from anything happening now. Your senses are filters. Your brain is a storyteller. And reality is a simulation built moment by moment. This doesn't mean nothing exists, but it does mean you are not experiencing the world directly. You are experiencing a model projected onto the screen of awareness. Like a movie, like a dream, convincing, emotional, but not the whole truth. You've had dreams that felt real, haven't you? where time passed, where you loved, feared, grieved, and then you woke. What if waking life is just a deeper dream, a longer one, shared, stabilized by habit and agreement, but still a dream? Some mystics say only the dreamer is real. The dream is passing shadow. That dreamer is consciousness itself, and when it identifies too closely with the dream, it forgets. It thinks it is the character. It thinks it is the story, and so it suffers. Until something, a question, a moment, a loss, makes the dream flicker, and the dreamer stirs. But why Maya? Why the dream? Why not just be awareness all the time? Perhaps because experience requires illusion. To see a tree, you must believe in space. To meet a lover, you must believe in time. To grow, you must believe there is something to grow into. Maya is not a trap. It is a canvas, a way for the infinite to experience itself as finite, a way for silence to sing, for stillness to dance, for oneness to taste love, grief, laughter, sorrow. You cannot write a poem without forgetting that you are the page. And so the soul forgets, not as punishment, as play, as divine storytelling, as Lila, the Sanskrit word for cosmic play. Sometimes the illusion cracks. You catch it in the stillness after a storm, in the eyes of a stranger, in the way sunlight hits a window and you forget who you are, but feel somehow more alive. These are glimmers, tiny awakenings, moments when you remember this is not all there is. And that doesn't make life meaningless. It makes it precious, like a lucid dream, where you know it's a dream and love it anyway. Because the point is not to escape the dream, it's to wake up inside it, to walk with awareness, to love without clinging, to laugh at the play, while still playing. If you wake up fully, what remains, not nothing, but everything seen as it is, no longer filtered through desire or fear, no longer distorted by name or form. You still see the tree, the child, the sky, but now they shine with what they truly are, expressions of the one self. You recognize yourself in all forms, and all forms in yourself. There is no loss, no separation, only waves in an endless sea of being. So now as you drift at the edge of sleep, let yourself wonder, what if this day, this room, this me, is part of Maya? What if the things you cling to, the fears you hold, the identities you wear, are just costumes? What would it feel like to set them down, not to lose yourself, but to remember who's behind the mask? The dreamer, the awareness, the light behind the play. And maybe, just maybe, you'll wake up in the dream and smile. Because now, you know. And knowing changes everything. But if life is a dream, who or what is dreaming it? Is it your brain, a god, a cosmic algorithm? In the next segment, we'll explore the hard problem of consciousness, a question science still cannot answer. How does matter give rise to experience? Take a deep breath. We're about to enter the question that no one can solve, and that may never need solving at all. Segment 28. The hard problem of consciousness. Why does experience exist at all? Let your breath settle like morning mist. You've wandered far through memory and illusion, soul and science. Now, we arrive at the edge, not of space, not of time, but of knowing. Here a question waits, quiet, immovable, unspeakably vast. Why does it feel like something to be you, not why you see or move or think, but why you feel? Why the color red stirs emotion? Why pain burns and joy lifts? Why music brings tears and silence feels holy? Why is there an inner world at all? This is what philosopher David Chalmers calls the hard problem of consciousness. And in this segment, we will not try to solve it, but we will sit beside it, gently, in awe. Let's begin with the basics. You are conscious. That is the one thing you can know with absolute certainty. You are not dreaming right now, or if you are, there is still someone dreaming. There is awareness. There is experience. And that experience is subjective. No one else can feel your hunger, see your dreams, taste your sadness, know what blue means to you. Science can measure brain activity, scan your neurons, track blood flow and electrochemical signals, but it cannot explain why any of that produces feeling. Why should activity in gray tissue produce awareness? Why is there a you inside, watching it all? That's the hard problem. Not how the brain works, but why it feels like anything from the inside. In neuroscience, some questions are easy, not in the sense of being solved, but in being solvable. For example, how does vision process color? How do we focus attention? How do memories form? These are mechanisms. They involve inputs and outputs. But the hard problem is different. It asks, how do objective processes lead to subjective experience? Or more simply, how does matter become mind? How does a lump of meat behind your eyes produce a world of love, fear, memory, and meaning no one knows? And some say, no one ever will. Even the most advanced brain scan can only tell us what happens. It cannot tell us how it feels. This gap between function and experience is called the explanatory gap. You can map every inch of a piano, but that won't explain why music moves you. You can diagram every chemical in chocolate, but that won't explain why it brings comfort after heartbreak. Likewise, you can model every neuron in the brain and still not know why it produces experience. We know that certain brain areas light up during emotion, vision, or memory, but we don't know why there's anything there at all. Why isn't the brain just running in silence like a computer without a screen? Why is there color, sound, self-longing? Why is there anything to be? Most of modern science operates under materialism, the belief that only the physical is real, that consciousness is produced by the brain like heat from a fire. But the hard problem challenges this, because no physical model has explained how matter becomes experience. This has led some thinkers to suggest maybe consciousness is not produced by the brain. Maybe it is fundamental like space-time or gravity. Maybe the brain doesn't create it, but filters it. Maybe the brain is like a radio tuning into awareness, not generating it. These are not fringe ideas. They echo through physics, philosophy, and mysticism alike. And they lead us into deeper waters. One proposal gaining attention is panpsychism. The idea that consciousness is not limited to humans or animals, but is a fundamental feature of the universe. Just as gravity is built into space, consciousness is built into matter. Not that rocks think, but that even particles have a tiny sliver of awareness, a proto-consciousness. And when matter becomes complex, like in brains, that awareness becomes self-aware. In this view, consciousness is not an emergent property. It's already here, everywhere, and always has been. Another angle is that consciousness does not belong to you. That the self, the sense of being a little person behind the eyes, is itself a construction. That what you think is you is just thoughts arising in awareness. The true you is not the thinker, but the space in which thought appears. This is echoed in Zen, in Advaita Vedanta, and in non-dual teachings there is no separate self. There is only awareness, timeless, boundless, always here. And the hard problem dissolves, not by solving it, but by seeing that there was never anyone asking it. You might wonder, what does all this mean? For me, why should I care? Here's why. Because the hard problem reminds us that existence is miraculous. It says, you are not just a body, not just a brain, not just a story. You are a mystery wrapped in sensation, a flicker of knowing in the vast unknown. And when science reaches its edge, wonder begins. You don't need an answer. The question is enough. So now, as you lie here, aware of your breath, the weight of your body, the softness of sleep approaching, ask yourself, what is this awareness? Where does it come from? Where does it go? Can it be touched? Measured, owned, or is it the only thing that has ever truly been you, not your name, not your history, but the light behind your eyes, the presence beneath all thought? And if that presence has no beginning, then maybe it has no end. But if consciousness is the ultimate mystery, what happens when it changes? When it stretches beyond time and space? When it enters altered states through dreams, meditation, psychedelics, or trauma? In the next segment, we'll explore altered states of consciousness. Windows into other realities, other selves, and the unknown frontiers of mind. Let your breath be the bridge. We're about to cross into the edges of experience itself. Segment 29. Altered states, exploring the edges of consciousness. Let your breath lengthen. Let your mind grow soft like moonlight on still water. Now imagine you close your eyes, and the world changes. Sounds become colors. Time stretches or dissolves. Your body disappears. And suddenly, you are elsewhere inside a dream, a vision, a memory, not your own. You see geometric patterns, vast deserts, divine figures. You hear voices that feel ancient, silent, and true. And when you return, nothing outside has changed, but you have. This is the territory of altered states of consciousness. States where ordinary awareness shifts, bends, or dissolves altogether. And in this segment, we'll walk gently into those states. Not to chase them, but to honor them. To ask what happens when the mind opens beyond the mind and our altered states a glitch in the system, or a glimpse of something real. Every day, you move through different levels of awareness, waking, sleeping, dreaming, daydreaming, zoning out. But some states lie further out at the edges. They can be reached through meditation, breathwork, psychedelics, extreme stress, sensory deprivation, chanting or rhythm, near-death experiences. In these states, the default mode network, the part of your brain that defines the self, goes quiet, and something else emerges. Not always peaceful, not always predictable, but often deeply revealing. Let's explore a few. Meditative absorption. Samadhi. In deep meditation, the sense of I disappears. Time stops. Only stillness remains. You are not thinking about silence. You are silence. Lucid dreaming. You realize you're dreaming and can shape the dream. A laboratory of the subconscious. A playground for healing creation or confrontation. Psychedelic states, substances like psilocybin, LSD, or ayahuasca open portals to visionary worlds. Patterns. Beings. Emotions without names. Many report encounters with a higher intelligence or even the divine. Flow states athletes, artists, and creators describe becoming one with the act. Time vanishes. The sense of me disappears. Only the task remains fluid, effortless, sacred. Near-death experiences, NDEs. People report floating above their body, moving through tunnels, encountering beings of light, experiencing a profound sense of home. Each of these states shifts consciousness, not by accident, but by expansion. They pull back the veil, if only for a moment. Skeptics say, altered states are hallucinations, just brain chemistry gone strange. But others argue if so many people report the same visions, if ancient cultures built entire spiritual systems around them, if insights gained in these states change lives, then maybe they're not delusion. Maybe they are real, just not in the way we define reality. They may reveal layers of the subconscious, collective archetypes, non-physical dimensions, the illusion of the ego, the presence of a greater self. These are not fantasies. They are experiences. And experience, even if unprovable, matters. Throughout history, altered states have been honored, not hidden. Shamans used plants to journey to other realms. Monks fasted and chanted into ecstasy. Oracles entered trance to receive divine wisdom. Sufi dervishes danced into union with the divine. Indigenous tribes used sweat lodges and vision quests to reconnect with the spirit world. In modern times, we've pathologized what was once sacred, called it psychosis, dismissed it as unreal. But slowly, that's changing. Modern psychology now explores transpersonal states, therapeutic psychedelics, trauma resolution through somatic memory. The line between healing and awakening is thinner than we thought. Altered states are not always pleasant. They can bring fear, ego death, disorientation, emotional overwhelm, but they also offer insight, catharsis, unity, wonder. The key is intention. Enter these states with care, with support, with reverence, because what you see in these states is often you magnified, your fears, your hopes, your soul, reflected back without the filter of personality. And sometimes, that reflection is what we've needed all along. Many people experience altered states spontaneously during grief, after childbirth, in the wilderness, through music, in moments of deep surrender. You are not broken if this happens. You are not crazy. You are simply stepping outside the map. And while others may not understand, you are not alone. Others have walked this path. Others have come back changed, more compassionate, more open, more aware that the normal world is only one layer, and that the soul speaks loudest when the mind gets quiet. So now, as you lie here drifting towards sleep, you may feel the edges soften, the room fading, the thoughts slowing. You may begin to sense that you are more than this, that behind the daily chatter, there is a deeper current, and it's been calling to you, not to escape, but to remember you are not trapped in this reality. You are exploring it, and beyond it there are others, equally real, equally sacred, equally yours. But if altered states give us a glimpse, what happens when the illusion ends completely, when the story stops? The ego dies, and only light remains. In our final segment, we'll explore enlightenment and ego death, not as concepts, but as experiences. Not as escape, but as arrival. Breathe gently. We're almost home. Segment 30. Enlightenment and ego death. What happens when the self disappears? Take a long, slow breath. Let it flow in like starlight and leave like a tide receding. You've traveled far across space-time memory perception, and now you are standing at the threshold, not of knowledge, not of belief, but of being. This final segment is not a conclusion, it's a letting go. Because tonight we ask a question that doesn't need an answer: what remains when there is no one left to ask? This is the paradox and promise of enlightenment, and its quiet companion, ego death. They are not events, not achievements, not something to earn. They are what happens when the illusion of the separate self dissolves, and what's left is everything. The word enlightenment often conjures images of saints, sages, and distant mountaintops. But in its truest sense, enlightenment means the end of illusion. Not the gaining of new knowledge, but the disappearance of false identity, the falling away of the story that says, I am this person with this name, this past, these problems, and in its place, only presence, only awareness, only isness. The Buddha called it nirvana, the extinguishing of craving, of self, of suffering. In Advaita Vedanta, it's the realization that Atman is Brahman, the self is not separate from the universe. In Zen, it is satori, sudden direct seeing into the nature of mind. And in all traditions, it is described not as a thing gained, but as something that was always there, waiting, behind every thought, behind every role, behind every breath. If enlightenment is the dawn, ego death is the moment before, when the night lets go. Ego death is not physical death. It's the dissolution of the I, the story of separation. It can be sudden during deep meditation, psychedelic journeys, near-death experiences, intense grief, surrender, or it can be gradual, peeling away over years like old paint. When it happens, time stops, boundaries dissolve, the inner voice falls silent. You don't feel one with the universe. You simply realize you've never been separate. The wave recognizes it has always been the ocean. Words cannot describe ego death, but many try. They say I wasn't there anymore. There was just light. I saw everything and no one to see it. It was terrifying, and then beautiful beyond belief. Some weep, some laugh. Some fall into silence for days. Because when the self disappears, what's left is not a void. It's everything. Radiant, vast, still, and yet alive. Let's be clear. Enlightenment is not perfect happiness, supernatural powers, a permanent high, the end of human emotion. It doesn't make you invincible. It makes you transparent. You still feel sadness, but it moves through you not as you. You still see suffering, but with compassion, not identification. The mind may still chatter, but you know it is not you. You are the sky. The thoughts are clouds. They come. They go. You remain. Yes, because awakening is not special. It is your natural state before the story began, before name, before language, before fear. It is the quiet awareness listening to these words now, always here, always waiting, and when the mind stops searching, even for a moment, it is revealed, not as a flash, but as a recognition. This is it. It was always this. You don't need to awaken to live a good life. But awakening changes the lens. It removes the urgency, the grasping, the fear of endings. It softens your relationship with thought. It deepens your compassion for others. Because once you see that you are not separate, you see that they are not separate either. All things become sacred, even the mundane. A cup of tea, a bird call, a single breath. And suffering, while still present, becomes transparent like fire seen through glass. It is felt, but not clung to. So now, as you lie still, perhaps with sleep close at hand, let your identity loosen, not to disappear, but to open. What if you are not your name, not your memories, not your plans, not your thoughts or regrets? What if you are just this awareness, this silence, this being? Try for a moment to stop seeking. Let go of the question. Let go of the one who asks, and rest as the space that holds all things. You have listened. You have wondered. You have drifted far, through mysteries of mind and memory, through science and soul, through paradox and peace. And now there is no need to hold on, because the truth cannot be held. It can only be known, not by the thinker, but by the one who watches. And that one is you. Always was, always will be, even when you forget. So rest now. Let the dream dissolve. Let the light remain. You are not lost. You are not broken. You are awareness itself. And awareness never sleeps. But it does know peace.